What's happening? Come on! Come on!
You okay? Is everybody okay?
I'm great. How are you guys?
Yeah, it was great.
It's a Monday morning. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good right now, buddy.
27 degrees right now, but it's the hottest it's been in a long time in Western New York. Your Buffalo Bills are the AFC East champions after a 21-14 win in Miami last night. Oh, my God. Soak it in. Just rub your body.
Yeah.
Do it. Trust me. It feels so good.
I'll do it later.
Come on, rub it.
I don't think Kimmy wants us to rub our body.
You want to rub
Don't touch your
You want
body.
to rub my body while I rub your body? Oh, my God. What a great feeling this morning.
Yeah.
Come on, everybody. Come on. Mm-hmm. I can't believe what we witnessed last night. Because, I mean, look, we're going to be getting into this all day. And trust me, I mean, all day. Because it's time. I'm going to be the most obnoxious prick you've ever heard in your life.
That's every day.
Based on the first joke out of his mouth, I could tell that you stayed up and watched the game last night.
I did.
You watched the whole thing?
I'm
I
proud.
stayed up. I drank. I did everything.
How did you make it to 11:30?
I know.
I started later drinking.
Oh.
And dinner, and we just pushed everything off till late.
I'm in consciousness, but I'm impressed you're able to.
But he's one of those people that'll piss you off, though, because he'll stay up until exactly when the game ends and then just clock out right away.
Yeah, as soon as that thing was over, I wasn't staying for the post game.
He could just shut it off and he's done. Whereas, like, my brain's now, like, awake and ready to party.
Did you sleep at all last night?
No.
Okay.
No.
I did not sleep a second.
Once it's locked in, I'm done.
I know, but like now I'm excited, and now I want to talk to everybody about the game. And
100%.
Yeah.
Like the hardest part of falling asleep last night. And the phone number's 252 WCMF. I know you night warriors are with us. Nobody slept awake last night. You gotta get up early to work. Don't matter. You push through one day. Kimmy, the hardest part of going to bed last night, minus the adrenaline acid pumping through your veins the way they won that game, was missing the social media victory party.
Yeah. Because if you went to bed, you're saying?
Look, I couldn't put my phone down. All of the content from the Bills players in the locker room and getting to the airport, like the Bills just got back, an hour ago?
Yeah, that scene at the airport was amazing.
That's nuts.
All of the memes that the Bills were putting out, which were brilliant, just torching the Dolphins.
I want to know, did they have those ready to go and they just, time released them? All right, 10 more minutes, send out another one.
It's a good question, Kimmy. It's a good question. But the best part, the one that made me feel so warm and fuzzy inside, or that could be the heart attack I'm having from not sleeping last night. All of the quotes and videos from Miami and their players and their coaching staffs and the fans tried to explain what the hell happened last night after they ran their mouths all season long. Tommy, it was a drug, and every couple minutes I just needed a little bit more and a little bit more. Come on, baby. Give me some more of that
But it was not a comfortable game to watch.
Yeah, that's what made it so great.
Yeah.
I mean, those 3 turnovers were pretty brutal.
Yeah.
Like you're driving and you go, are you kidding me? What?
It was frustrating.
Yeah. Look, we got plenty of time to break down the actual game, which we will. What I would like to talk about right now, besides the lightning shot directly into your veins all night long that kept you up all night, what the hell are you doing today to make work 252 WCMF? Because, look, man, if you stayed up and watched it, Sissy Pants McGillicuddy over here, the most Irish of the sissy pants. I mean, Kimmy, I can't imagine anybody was able to get more than an hour of sleep after last night. 2 with the max.
I mean, I guess unless you had the ability to, unless you have a flexible schedule where you get to sleep in today, maybe those people are the ones getting sleep.
All right, look, right around this time we usually get the blue-collar folks climbing into trucks.
Yeah.
Right? And it doesn't help that it was like, it's been cold and ice is everywhere.
Right.
It's still left over from the other day, right? So they may be guys out salting right now after watching that game. What is your move to make it until you finally have to punch out? Is it a caffeine day today?
Oh, it's got to be coffee.
I mean, you could still be riding that high, and then you're gonna hit the I don't even know what to call it.
Crash.
The
is coming
crash
hard.
like around noon maybe, and then that's going to be the toughest part of your day.
Is it? It's got a big nap in the car energy feel to the day.
Yeah, but don't.
So
No, not while you're driving, you
I was
idiot.
watching. I was watching a game with a guy who said that he was already planning a way he was going to sleep at work the next day.
Yeah, it's a good move.
He
Right.
said like he had like this little corner office that sometimes he
nice.
works from where you could kind of take a snooze without anybody checking in on you.
Well, because like he brings up the biggest point of today.
Yeah.
After staying up all night, maybe getting an hour or two of sleep after that game last night, you can suck down caffeine all day. You could sneak away somewhere to try and get 15 minutes of a power nap shut-eye. The only thing you can't do, and I know there are people rolling out of bed that have us as their alarm, and that's a stupid move on your part. You cannot call in sick today. If you are,
Well, that's the dumbest move of all time.
I know, but you know there are those feelings.
Yeah.
You've been up since 4 a.m. The alarm goes
You
off
can't
at
pull it off.
5:45, and you're like, do not call in sick today. Do not.
No, because it's not going to work.
What really sucks too is you couldn't even plan ahead for this because it's not like we didn't even know if the Bills were going to be playing Sunday until Monday?
No, it was last Sunday.
Last
They
Sunday?
flexed the game into
So
Sunday.
yeah, you couldn't even take that day off ahead of time without it being suspicious.
Well, here's what makes it even worse. Because let's say even on Friday, your boss is willing to give you Monday off. Mm-hmm. If you're a diehard Bills fan and the Bills somehow manage to drop that game and you don't come in on Monday, you look like such a puss.
Yeah.
Such a puss. Like when the Bills dropped that game against Philadelphia, I was on death's door. Death's door the next morning. And the only reason I came into work was because I didn't want people to think that I had taken the day off because I wasn't going to come in and face the music. You got to face it. You got to fight the fight. I'll fight the fight.
And it depends how much you partied during the game.
I didn't have a drop of alcohol. I'm still hurting bad.
Really?
Yeah, me either.
Yeah.
What do you mean, man? I did no sleep
How do you
Yeah.
not drink watching a game?
because it was too
was
high
too
stakes.
intense.
Yeah.
That's when you drink.
No, here's the problem. If I would have drank during that game, I have like 30 beers in my beer fridge. They all would have been gone. I have a big ass like water bottle. I was like, I'm just gonna drink water tonight. I drank 3 of them.
That sounds like fun.
The game was not
Then
fun.
you
at all.
Drinking
miss the
water.
game more because you got to pee all the time.
Yeah, I got a bathroom right next to my TV. I'm good. I'm good.
Are you talking about the floor?
It's cleaned up. It's fine, man. Why do they make Lysol if you can't use it?
That is so true.
You know, I do wonder, as we talk about trying to make it through today,
Yeah.
right, after not sleeping at all last night, is your boss willing to cut you slack after an evening like last evening? Because there's no way. Look, 99.9% of people in Rochester stayed up all night to watch that game.
Yeah.
Your boss has to understand.
But if your boss can see you,
Okay.
like if you're working with your boss, you're effed.
You think?
Yeah, because I mean, if you're all working a site or something, he's right there, and if he's going out after it, you're screwed. I mean,
There's
it's different if
he or
he's
she.
not there. What's that?
Or she? You said if he's
Wait,
getting
they
after-
fired that guy?
Yeah.
They put a chick in
He
there?
gave his job to a woman. Thanks, Obama. No, bro. I mean, there's no way your boss also didn't. You're gonna tell me your boss is the hardest working? Can go? What is he? A Navy SEAL? Like, no, you're not gonna go on no sleep either. You're all gonna drag ass.
The last thing you want is to have your boss next to you on a day when you're hungover.
Unless your boss is also hungover and that's your security blanket. You only have to work as hard as the bosses
If
work.
But
they're
those planets
cool.
really got to line up for you, man.
Look, there are some instances where I'd agree with you.
Hmm?
With a game the magnitude of last night, what it meant to Western New York, I'm telling you, man, the odds that your boss is exhausted or hungover or banged up coming into work today are just as high as the odds that you
Yeah,
are.
but he's probably pissed, but he's also probably grumpy. You know what I mean? And I don't know.
How can you be grumpy today? How could you be grumpy today? Like if I stayed up last, because look, if the Bills would have lost that game, I wouldn't have been able to sleep out of anger.
Yep.
Right? Like that I get.
Yeah.
You stay up all night, you don't sleep, you're hungover, and the Bills lose, grumpy's fine. There is no one in Western New York this morning that shouldn't be walking around with a Joker-style ear-to-ear smile until you go back
There
to
you
bed
go. All
tonight.
right, all right.
Come on, Thomas.
Yes.
You and your shacket and your turtleneck. Looking all sexy. I feel good. I'm feeling great, guys. Come on.
It was a nice win.
Nice win.
Yeah.
Get out of my...
Well, it wasn't,
It wasn't what?
it was a little rough.
Yeah, that's what happens when you're
I know.
playing the best offense in the NFL with the stakes that high on the road against a divisional opponent for the AFC East when you were 3-4
Had a few
games back.
injuries in there too.
Oh, my
Sprinkle
God.
those in between.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
There were guys playing that I thought that the Bills had put their names on a roster as a joke.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh.
It got bad.
Yeah.
Like, you don't know the starters' names. We ended up with our third outside linebacker last night.
No.
Bro. See, this is why I hate you. Like any other dude in Rochester would be with me right now. We'd have our shirts off. We'd be chest bumping in the middle of the studio. It would be.
You don't want my shirt off.
Well, let's do a shirtless show today. Not you, Kimmy.
Okay, thank you.
Obviously. Would it bother you if we did a shirtless show?
Of course it would.
It's celebration. It's a celebration.
She finds us gross.
Yeah, I'm not doing it to turn her on.
No, she finds us gross, man.
I mean, do what you got to do.
She finds us gross dressed like this, fully clothed.
I mean, I've seen Tommy shirtless. I don't think I've ever seen Pat shirtless, which is weird.
Well, why would you see me shirtless?
I don't know.
Trying to come up.
Why would I see Tommy shirtless? But that happened.
Yeah,
that's a valid question.
happened.
No, you're absolutely right.
The shirt comes off.
We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF or the Break Room Facebook page. This comes in from Dan. Dan says, I'm in my truck right now. If you're working on the road, it's a perfect situation. 15-minute naps every 2 hours. Nobody's any the wiser. I guess it depends on what you're doing driving.
Plus, you got all those energy drinks you can drink now, too, right?
Yeah, I'd be afraid my heart would explode.
But you can pound those all day.
No,
Do
exactly.
they work?
So I used to drink 5-Hour Energy when I worked on PXY down the hall.
That's that little bottle, right?
Yes, I would drink 2 of those a morning, so that's about 10 hours worth of energy.
I'm talking like Red Bull and just stuff like that.
Well, no, but what I'm telling you is even those little ones that I drank, like after a while, I started to after using them a couple times, started to feel really weird.
You get like a caffeine OD.
I don't know what
I
it
don't even know if
was.
it's caffeine.
Is it?
I don't
Oh,
know.
I just figured it's like packed with caffeine.
Kimmy,
It's like vitamins and stuff.
Sugar.
so
Okay,
it's
yeah, but they always say
Vitamins.
vitamins. Everything's a vitamin, right? Tommy's got a kiosk in the men's room full of vitamins. Vitamin B, A-T-C-H. But no, I know, man. I don't know. Those big metal cans that look like they're tattooed, they scare the hell out of me.
So they contain about as much caffeine as 8 ounces of coffee.
That's not that much.
But what else is in it? Cocaine. Today's
I don't know.
Today's a day where you wish you had like a social cocaine habit.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Listen, I've always preached, moderation.
I've always preached to cocaine. Guys.
No,
Tell me you later.
moderation.
I'll tell you later. I suggest you do
moderation and everything, kids. But you're right.
No, I'm not. It was a joke. I'm obviously joking.
Me too. Big joke. Little bump.
I was also looking into this morning, the food I could eat to give me energy. I'm going to be eating 2 bags of nuts out of the vending machine today, no doubt about it.
Wait, you need some nuts?
I do.
Why didn't you tell me?
Why?
I got this new kiosk in the men's room.
Really?
Yes.
What's it called?
It's called Uncle Tommy's Old Fashioned Energy Nuts. Sauce.
Oh, there's sauce with it.
Oh, there's some sauce coming.
We got more Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF for the Break Room Facebook page. This comes in from Dave. Dave says, I am the project manager working today. I'm assuming that means he's a boss.
All right. So he's on the floor, walking around like a dick.
He could also be a contractor. I don't know. Is that a project? No, you don't. He's on the floor.
I just see somebody in some big warehouse walking around with a clipboard being a smug dick.
Dave goes on and says, nobody's getting yelled at for being tired today. I'm also tired. We all understand. Go Bills. Go Bills indeed.
So he's a good boss.
Is that a good boss or a bad boss?
Well, today it's a good boss. If you're dragging ass, that's the greatest boss ever.
Well, I do wonder.
If it's your company, no.
No, you're right. You're right.
Yeah.
I do wonder, what days specifically the average boss is willing to be I get it.
It would have to be Monday.
Well, and not every Monday. That's 52 months. That's 52 days a year.
So what are you saying? What day?
I'm saying specific celebration days.
Well, you're talking Super Bowl Monday.
Say day after the Super Bowl.
Right. New Year's Day, a lot of people are off.
Yeah, you're off. Because, that's the problem. There aren't a lot of days where you get after it and then you have to go to work the next day.
Usually, I would say probably the Super Bowl.
Super Bowl Monday. Okay, that's got to be the biggest one. I mean, what about March Madness? Does that factor in? I mean, people aren't staying up late.
Because I think people.
It's so spread out.
Yeah.
But sometimes your team's not even in it anymore. You don't care.
I don't think anybody cares about any team if you're not gambling. I mean, it's all
once you're
have a work, even the work. But work kind of encourages the March Madness thing. I've always worked someplace where they have a workplace bracket pool.
It is funny. They'll have you fill out the brackets as part of bonding.
Yeah.
And then if you get caught watching the games on work time, they're out of their mind.
Yes.
What are we doing here, people? 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Probably the only voice of a Dolphins fan you're going to hear today because all of a sudden they went radio silent last night.
Who's a Dolphin fan?
What do you mean who's a Dolphin fan?
Who likes the Dolphins?
You know who likes the Dolphins?
Who likes the Dolphins?
That would be Ben. He's on CMF. Hey, Ben, what's up, buddy?
Oh, you know. I'll take my lashings. We lost. You guys got us, but we'll probably still meet in the playoffs.
No, you won't. You got to go to Kansas City. It's going to be 0 degrees on Saturday.
yuck.
You're in trouble. It's over.
We still got to play the game. We could still win.
Yeah, you
There's
can't. Though.
always
It's
a
over.
chance.
Yeah, but no, it's not. There's no chance. It's over.
Hey, I'll just ask all you Bills fans one thing: don't turn into dick-like Patriots fans.
Okay.
For the past 20 years, you always hear Patriots fans being dicks.
Mm-hmm.
Don't turn into them.
Yeah.
That's all I ask.
All right, great. Well, hey, enjoy that last game next week.
No, it won't be the last one. We're going to keep going.
You know what's weird?
What?
It's like not only did you stayed up for the whole game, obviously, Ben, right?
No, I didn't. I actually fell asleep.
Man, Ben, this morning must suck for
4:30
you.
in the morning.
Hey, remember when I said the Dolphins fans don't really exist?
He fell asleep during the game.
Which is weird because
What's that?
well, I hear he woke up around like 2 in.
Hey, what happened?
Well, like he's sleeping. He snores. Ben snores. And then you ever have a sleep sneeze?
Don't be like a New England fan. I hate Bill Belichick.
Have a good day, Ben. Great to talk to you, buddy.
All right, see you guys.
Say it bye. I don't want to hear anybody kill me again when I say Dolphins fans don't exist. Kid's got a Dolphin. We're Dolphins everything. Calls in about the Dolphins, and he fell
I know, at
asleep.
least lie to us, Ben.
He fell asleep.
Yes.
All right. It is a post-game Monday. We got a lot to cover. We're going to get into this actual game in about 25, 30 minutes.
Okay.
Because the way the game played out last night mirrored in eerie perfection the entire Buffalo Bills season.
Oh, okay.
And you said, it wasn't a great game to watch.
It was very difficult to watch.
I strongly disagree with that. And these games in this season has weeded out the bandwagon fans that jumped on over the last 2 years, which I think is helping. You made some picks on Friday?
Mm-hmm. What?
There's wins all over the place for some people. We got to recap those picks.
No, we don't.
Just after 7:45.
Let's move on.
Whoa. On to Pittsburgh, and we'll win that. But they're coming to us. Hey, Muley post-game excuse Monday, just after 7:45. And our good buddy, we haven't had him on in like 2 months, but we got him.
Who's that?
We got him back. Former Buffalo Bills wide receiver, Donald Jones. Jonesy is back.
All right.
And I got a bone to pick with him, too, buddy.
Why?
Well, he showed up in my
Pat's lighting fires all over the place
Jimmy,
this
look,
morning.
I've been running my mouth. I ran my mouth for months.
Oh, you do.
He's ready.
And everybody came at me.
Look out, everybody.
You're stupid. You're ugly. Hey, parents don't love you. And all those things are true. But I was right about the Bills. Bills. Donald Jones, former Bills wide receiver, just after 9 to recap what we witnessed last night here. All on a post-game Monday on CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy.
Yeah.
To those few Dolphins fans that maybe be able to hear our voice and haven't changed the station yet. It can always be worse. For example, there's a man who made international news over the weekend, and a lot of it had to do with the size of his penis inside a Bass Pro Shop.
Oh,
did you see this?
That was the most southern thing I've ever seen.
Did you hear the whole story?
No. What state did it happen in?
What guess?
I'm gonna say Florida.
Close.
Texas?
No.
What?
That's not close.
I'm trying to think of where crazy people live.
I'm going to tell you what state it happened in. You may have seen the video.
It's hysterical.
You haven't heard the whole story, and somehow it makes it more insane. And we'll get into it next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. This discussion has the potential to take us into a lot of different places,
Okay.
right? It has the potential to take us into what would make you walk out of a store in fear.
Oh.
It has the potential to take us into arguments of what makes masculinity versus takes away from your masculinity. But one thing is for sure.
What's that?
The people that witness this in person will never for the rest of their lives forget what this man had and did not have.
I'm surprised this didn't happen sooner.
What?
That's because it's got to be tempting
What?
to
I don't know about
somebody.
tempting.
Is it- okay,
I
wait a
could
minute.
see
Are
it
we-
happening by accident.
No, I can see somebody thinking it's funny and doing it.
Are we like tapping into something like a fantasy of yours that you've been hiding?
No, but just based on how guys are and thinking stuff is funny,
Okay.
I could see somebody going in there drunk and doing this.
You're hanging out in the break room. It's just Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF, just after 6:45. It is the greatest post-game Monday of the season thus far.
Oh, yeah.
And what is remarkable about that game, past the fact that it was Miami in front of, well, I don't know, half of a stadium of their fans, despite the fact it was for the AFC East when the Bills looked dead and gone just a couple of weeks ago. The game last night paralleled this entire Bills season like a mirror.
Wow.
Like a freaking mirror. And we'll get into it just after 6:45 on a post-game Monday in the break room on CMF. There is a video that went viral over the weekend.
Yeah.
And it involves a man with no clothes in an aquarium. And you may have seen the video and laughed and thought, that's crazy.
Yeah.
But the story behind the video is 10 times more insane.
Oh, really?
It starts in Alabama,
Yeah, that makes sense.
specifically Leeds, Alabama, which, if you've never been to Leeds, Alabama, is the most Alabama of Alabama can get.
Okay.
A 42-year-old man last Thursday night crashed his car into a pole in the parking lot of the Bass Pro Shop.
Wow. So you're already probably lit up.
Yeah, so here's the
Something
thing.
was going on before.
Yeah.
There is nothing in the charges he's facing, I'll say this up front, that involves any kind of intoxication.
Okay.
So this man...
That would be sad if you did this straight.
Bro, this man, as far as we know, stone sober.
Okay.
So this man crashes his car into a pole at the Bass Pro Shop. He then gets out of his car,
Yeah.
and while running into the store, stripped off all
Oh,
of
he's
his clothes.
peeling off his britches.
Now, for those who have never been inside a Bass Pro Shop before, they have a giant aquarium inside.
Yeah.
And are there fish in there? Have you guys been?
So I
in?
think they practice
Yeah.
casting in
Okay.
there and all kind of stuff. It's not really an aquarium. It's more of a fish tank.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
it's huge, whatever
Right.
it is. They describe
Yeah.
it as an aquarium
Yeah.
at Bass Pro Shop. He did a cannonball naked into the aquarium while people are walking around
All right.
shopping.
Yeah.
But he had to run up to it.
Oh, yeah. You had to
like
get
there
up
was some
in it.
time. I was gonna say there was some time before he got to the aquarium or tank or whatever you want to call it. So like there was probably all eyes on him.
but you can't-
leading up to that moment.
In Alabama, it is illegal to touch a naked man inside a commercial building.
Especially Bass Pro
Yeah.
Shop.
It's considered a sin.
They'll give you the chair.
Yeah.
So he does a naked cannonball into the aquarium inside the Bass
It
Pro
is
Shop.
hysterical.
If you have not seen the video, I posted it yesterday at Duffy on WCMF on my Twitter account. You can go see it there.
It's the greatest video of all time.
So we're not done.
Yeah.
He's in the aquarium and he's naked. He then, according to police, climbed out of the aquarium to yell at officers that had responded to the scene.
Yeah.
When he was done yelling, he dove naked once again back into the aquarium while standing under a waterfall, then swam to the front of the aquarium with his whole body naked, pressed up against the glass,
Right.
yelling at people staring at him. And when I say naked against the glass, you can see everything.
Yes.
He was eventually arrested on his second exit from the tank. He was charged with public lewdness, disorderly conduct, resisting arrest, assault on a police officer, criminal mischief, and reckless endangerment. He was evaluated at a hospital for mental issues and then booked into the jail. I would love to know what mental issue evaluation in Alabama looks like, because I'm pretty sure it's just a pastor trying to get the demons out of you.
Okay. All right.
So what is the most remarkable about this story?
Yeah.
And I mean this with all due respect.
What's up?
This man has the smallest penis you've ever seen. in your
Yeah.
life.
Yeah,
What?
it's pretty puny.
I'm not exaggerating. If you saw the video, you know what I mean. If my penis is that small, and
Yeah.
look, man, I'm Irish. I'm not working with much. What is your thought jumping into that fish tank? Like,
'Cause
forget
the water's going to be cool at best.
cold water. Yeah, no, you're right.
It ain't a hot tub.
You're 100% right.
Right?
So you're already up against it there.
Right. So you're going to lose a little bit right there.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Like, you can't even. Kimmy, did you see the video?
So the video I saw did not show the full nudity.
Okay.
So you must have seen a different video than I did.
You go to my Twitter account and look at this man's penis, and I mean that in a
I
coworker
don't know.
way.
Did they take it down?
Maybe. I mean, there was. Well, you can't really see.
I can't
his penis.
find
It's so
it.
small as penis.
And it's kind of he's kind of pressed up against the glass on top of it.
Which you would think would make it bigger.
I don't know, but it kind of smushes it.
No, but you can't even tell if it's smushed.
yeah,
Also,
you can't even really see his. I mean, it's pretty puny. It's
Also-
like baby penis.
not a trimmer, which I found interesting. Right?
Man,
Like,
you could see that much detail.
well, I kind of.
Did you zoom in?
I kind of Zapruder filmed this thing for
Okay.
like 20
I don't think
minutes.
Yeah, I
many
can't find
Southern
it on your
men
page.
manscape.
You don't think so?
No.
Well, but it's hot down there. You got to manscape down there, bro.
I mean, I think they consider you a sissy if you trim up your private parts.
How
That's for like little girly boys.
No. The hotter the place, the more likely somebody is to
You
trim their
think
pubes.
big burly redneck in a Ford F-150 with commando tires and a gun rack is trimming his pubes?
252 WCMF. Where you at? Ontario County, Wayne County, Wyoming County. You guys pube trimming out there? 252
I don't
WCMF.
think they manscape. I don't think they care.
When you buy a lift kit from your truck, it comes with a Manscaped razor. Because, bro, what if you get your pubes caught in those tires? Think about that.
Well, you could get drugged.
They're a lot closer to your genitals than normal tires.
Yeah, I never think of manly men trimming themselves.
So when you lived in Florida, you didn't trim your pubes?
I did, but I'm a sissy,
Okay.
and I'm from New Jersey.
All right, no, but like, okay, can I ask a personal question here? As we're talking about this man's penis who jumped into the fish tank at the Bass Pro Shop in Leeds, Alabama, while naked, did a cannonball, pressed himself up against the glass. And I mean this with all due respect. I'm not trying to penis shame here. Again, it was astonishing to me that a man with carrying what he was carrying was fine getting naked in his tank and showing it to everybody. And you know what? Respect to him.
Yeah.
Right? Don't let that define you. Good for you, buddy. You went to a military school
Yeah,
where you showered with all of your classmates.
and my floor commanders and teachers.
Did kids then trim?
No,
Do you remember what age you started?
I was an adult.
So you were grown ass?
But was
Yeah.
it because you were an adult, or was it because of like the way like trends were going?
No,
you
just-
know what I mean.
well, no, back then you needed activators so you can get a nice perm on it.
So when did I start trimming my junk?
Yeah.
I want to say it was probably in my late 20s.
Really? That late?
Yeah.
Was that a societal thing?
I mean, don't forget, I came in when it started.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Well, that's why I'm asking, because like I started doing it in high school.
Okay, but that would have been.
Yeah, no, I mean,
But
I
you
just
did it because like everybody else did it, right?
No,
or did you just
I-
decide to do it on your own?
I had heard other guys talking about it, because here's the other thing.
I just kind of think like you follow what everybody else does, or you know what I mean? The advice you get from friends and older kids that you.
But all
talk
that
to.
trimming down there really started because of pornography.
Okay, that makes
Because
sense.
that's kind of when, like, because I can remember watching porn where the women it was a jungle.
Sure.
And then you went to
That's what, but
a
that's
bald
what I mean.
beaver.
Like trends wise, like I feel like that's what inspired everybody.
So
to,
I would say the late 70s into the early 80s when you started to see like women with no hair.
Okay. But what about dudes? Like, when did dudes follow suit?
Probably the same time.
Because I assume, like, and
'Cause,
maybe
yeah.
maybe this is me being naive, and correct me if I'm wrong. 252 WCMF, Kimmy, if you feel comfortable jumping in. I've always assumed women did it for visual, men did it for comfort.
No, it's comfort for women too.
Oh, okay. So then, what took you so long?
I don't know. Ask the generations
Ask
before
my
me.
mom.
No, you're right though, because you would want that thing trimmed if I was a chick. It's there's a lot going on down there, man. I want that thing clean.
Wait,
No, because that thing oozes a lot of stuff,
Okay.
right?
we were doing so good.
I just said ooze a lot of stuff.
Yeah, what? Don't say it again.
Girl stuff.
People are eating oatmeal right now.
Sometimes that happens.
Shut up.
You get a little oatmeal in them panties.
Ah.
You get a little girl meal.
Oatmeal and them panties is my favorite Ribs Arkansas song. Which
Mama's got oatmeal in them panties. She went down to Bass Pro Shop, rinsed them out in the aquarium. Now she's in jail. She's in panty jail in Leeds, Alabama.
But I do wonder if And I guess I wouldn't know the answer to this question
Right.
because I don't talk to anybody under a certain age. I wonder if it like eventually swings back the other way.
No, why
you know
would
what
you
I
go
mean?
back?
I don't know.
Bro, why would they go
Hair?
back?
I think it changes. I think every generation's a little different.
But it's so comfortable I would think for women especially to not have that.
I don't know.
Look, to Kimmy's point,
There are, I
down
guess
there.
there are probably benefits to either way.
No,
you know?
because here's the thing, crabs are gone, man.
he's not wrong. No, he's not wrong.
We eliminated crabs
Yeah.
because of that, and that was like I can remember in the back of magazines, and even like those hippie magazines and stuff, they would say that ointment for crabs.
You were before my time, bro.
Oh yeah, I'm going way back, bro.
You're looking at me like you want my help on this. You're alone on your crab talk.
But not even like porn mags and stuff. It's just straight up, magazines like Hot Rod magazines and stuff like that, and they would try to sell you crab ointment.
To Kimmy's point that it could be coming back around eventually, this summer I was astonished with the amount of women between the ages of like 18 and 25 that left their armpits hairy.
But
If you're not shaving your armpits, you ain't shaving downstairs.
But what are you wearing to like? You can't wear a bikini.
Oh no, they were wearing. The only reason I saw is because they were in like tank tops and stuff.
But those bikinis are like there's like nothing there.
No, I got it.
You can't wear those bikinis and have a bush.
Maybe you shave your bikini line and then let
Everything else go.
Yeah.
That would look weird. Like, are they shaving their legs?
I mean, the women I saw, I just noticed the armpits. I was telling Tommy.
I've noticed a lot more armpit hair.
But are they also not shaving their legs?
I guess it would kind of go hand in hand. I don't know.
Yeah.
Again, it could just be like
Excuse me.
different parts are more comfortable. I don't know.
Big ass man leg coming out of a skirt.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Let's talk to Josh. He's on CMF talking about this dude naked inside the aquarium at the Bass Pro Shop. Hey, Josh, what's up, buddy?
Hey, how are you?
Good.
So you're mocking this dude's small wiener. So I was at a bar once.
Yeah.
And this guy was trying to pick up this chick, and she wasn't having it. So this guy goes, "Oh, you're gonna miss out on this," pretty much. Flashes her. 3/4 of the bar sees it. Everyone starts laughing at him.
Oh.
So the girl starts laughing at him. The dude's like, "You know what? Screw you, bitch!" And then she knocks him out.
She knocked him out?
Yes, she knocked him out of the chair, and then got on top of him and started whacking him more. It was awesome.
Sounds like a real class joint you're drinking out.
Josh, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. I don't know what I expected when we answered that phone call, and that's my fault. That one's on me, guys. Let's transition back to something we can all enjoy.
What's that?
Well, unless you're a Dolphins fan this morning. Your Buffalo Bills, for the 4th consecutive year, are the AFC East champions. They are the 2 seed in the playoffs. That game last night was insanity.
They got to be looking good to get to the Super Bowl.
You can make the argument that this is their easiest path to the Super Bowl in the Sean McDermott era.
Right.
And it's not out of the question that if they manage to win games, there is a home AFC championship in their future.
Wow.
But what was remarkable about that game last night,
What's that?
past all the insanity, is every second of that game mirrored every second of this season from beginning to end to the point where it's eerie.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll explain everything
All right.
on an AFC East champion post-game Monday in the break room. See you, man. Dawson Knox's second touchdown catch of the season was his most important by
Big
far.
tight end game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, who doesn't love tight ends? Right, guys?
I'm just saying.
The Bills went ahead. They never looked back, and they effing did it. At 500 on November 11th with less than a 10% chance to win the AFC East. And we sit here with your Buffalo Bills grabbing their 4th straight division crown. And what makes it even more remarkable, Tommy.
What's that?
It was more poetic than we ever could have imagined. Because despite the fact that you did not enjoy yourself,
No.
that game last night mirrored moment for moment everything every Bills fan has gone through all season long.
Yeah, you're just constantly uncomfortable.
Hey, man, get comfortable getting uncomfortable.
All right.
Because when it's too hard for them, it's just right for us.
Why are you whispering right here?
I don't know. You hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. We'll jump right into it. Your Buffalo Bills are the 2 seed next week in the AFC playoffs after a massive 21-14 win over the Miami Dolphins at Hard Rock Stadium in prime time, with half of that stadium being full of Bills fans. And no one outside of the man sitting in my chair saw it happen. And admit it! Both of you admit it! Admit, say it! Say it!
It didn't look good. Especially early on, I was going, man, they're just going to blow this thing.
It didn't feel like early on things were going to go their way. It just felt like one of those games where it's like, you know what, maybe it's just tonight's not their night.
He was off. The kid just looked off.
But that turned around, though.
That game, it was eerie how that game last night lined up with the entire Buffalo Bills season. Because last night the Bills came out looking good. They drove the length of the field.
Run twice.
And they shoot themselves in the foot.
Yeah.
And you look at this Bills season. Opening night against the Jets, the game in London against Jacksonville, the Giants game, the Patriots game. You open up looking great, and you manage to shoot yourself in the foot and put yourself in a giant hole. Last night, the Bills at one point had almost 400 yards of total offense and 7 points, which is unheard of. And that was exactly what was happening early on this year. Josh was having his best statistical season ever. The Bills were one of the highest scoring teams in the NFL, and they were 4-3.
Yeah.
5-3, 6-6. Then the gut punch, that play at halftime. You have a chance to pull even, and they get stopped literally at the 1-inch line, and time runs out. And you had that feeling that Miami was going to come out of halftime, get a stop, and just take the game over, much like we felt this season after dropping back-to-back games to the Bengals and Broncos. Momentum stopped right in your tracks. Other teams were going to step on the gas, Tommy, win games, and leave us out of the playoffs entirely. Last night just wasn't our night. This year just wasn't our year.
Yeah.
And some Bills fans resigned themselves to that. And then something no one expected.
What's that?
Well, during the season, it came in the form of a win in Kansas City. Specifically, a go-ahead touchdown being taken off the board for a single toe past the line.
Oh, yeah.
Last night, it came in the form of Deontay freaking Hardy.
Backing Hardy up to his own 5. Gets to the 10, to the 15, through a hole to the 20, 25, 30. He could go 50, 40. They're not going to get him. Deontay Hardy going the distance for the touchdown. And we're an extra point away from a tie ball game.
Soak it in. Can you dig it? His game-tying 96-yard punt return was the longest in franchise history.
I was going to say, because that punt, I was like, crap. They're going to be on like the 1-yard line after this one. Oh, my God.
I am yelling at my television.
Yeah.
Let that punt bounce. Let it bounce in the end zone. Give Josh a chance to drive the field for 80 yards, and he goes house. It's the team's first punt return for a touchdown in over 3 years. And, Tommy, it was the spark that propelled that Bills team last night. Just as the Chiefs' win did those weeks ago.
Okay.
The Bills reeled off 5 straight wins to get to 11 as part of that Chiefs win. Last night, all of a sudden, after that punt return for a touchdown, the Bills could do no wrong. Are you ready for this?
Yes.
The Dolphins' defense
What'd they do?
did not hold the Bills to a 3-and-out all night long. There was never a drive where the Bills didn't get a first down. Meanwhile, Sean McDermott's defense, with him calling it, clamped the F down in the second half.
Yeah, he seems to have the Dolphins completely figured out.
Especially coming out of the locker room. Tommy, the Dolphins were the NFL's #1 ranked offense coming into this game. In the second half, they rushed for 7 yards. They passed for 50 yards. Sean McDermott, with the season on the line, held the #1 ranked offense to 57 yards in the second half. And they did it with whoever else had a uniform left on the sidelines. Corner Russell Douglas goes.
Is he out?
So they talked to him in the locker room after the game. He said he feels good. They're going to see how.
But they
everything
always
works
say
out.
that. How
Look,
do you
man,
feel? I'm ready to go back in. The guy's got an arm missing.
Didn't he say that he probably could have gone in, but Dane Jackson was like, "Nah, man, I got this."
Yeah, it was like this.
It
was like this emotional thing. Yeah. So Dane Jackson, fourth corner, out there making plays. Linebacker Terrell Dodson, who was already playing for an injured Matt Milano, he goes down. Balin Spector is out there making plays. Have you ever heard the name? Okay.
Doesn't sound like a football name, Balin Spector.
Balin Spector was the Bills' 7th-round pick last season, and he had 7 snaps coming into last night, and he played out of his effing mind. Balin Spector! You're never going to forget that name for the rest of your life.
I don't know what he looks like. Do you know what he even looks like?
He looks like a Balin Spector.
No, I mean, have you ever seen his face?
Yo, yeah. Well, I'm a nerd about this stuff.
You go all the way down to Balin?
Yeah,
right.
They drafted him.
I mean, I wouldn't tell you. Anybody could walk in here. This is the guy. Oh, okay.
He looks like jacked Trevor Lawrence, the quarterback for the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Oh, okay. So he's like a trashy-looking kid. Well, Trevor Lawrence looks like white trash.
Okay, he's a non-trashy, jacked Trevor Lawrence.
All right.
How about that?
So he's like white trash with cash.
Last night, against all odds, despite shooting themselves in the foot over and over again, the Bills tightened up and they finished an improbable win. And just like this season, despite shooting themselves in the foot over and over again, they tightened up and they won the freaking AFC East on the road in prime time over the Dolphins. Can we also talk about the massive size of Sean McDermott's balls?
I couldn't believe he went for it.
What you were saying?
About Sean McDermott's balls.
We're going to talk about Sean McDermott's balls. 4th and 1 from your own 35.
Here we go. They're just going to try to draw them off sides, and we're just going to go back and punt the ball like we normally do.
4 minutes left, 7-point lead. Miami's got all 3 timeouts. He goes, and he gets it.
Yep.
And they burn 2 more minutes off the clock. 7 plays later, 4th and 1 again. Miami's 37. First down wins the game. You get this first down, you can knee it out. It's over. He goes. They don't get it. But that was the right call. That was the absolute right call.
What was that?
Nobody. I mean, it seemed like most, when I was following along on Twitter and stuff, it seemed like most people were like, that was the right thing to do. Like, no, I didn't see a lot of criticism for that move.
Bills fans have been screaming all season, especially in that Philadelphia game, that McDermott was too conservative and he didn't trust his offense. And McDermott let that offense control their own destiny last night. He showed that team that I believe in you, and we're going to control our own destiny. And he gets rewarded with an interception 5 plays later by Taylor Rapp. Again, another guy who in the beginning of this season you did not anticipate doing anything. The 3 biggest plays from last night.
What you got?
You got Josh Allen on that roster. You got Stephon Diggs on that roster. James Cook is a Pro Bowler. He's over 1,000 yards rushing. Trent Sherfield, Deontay Hardy, and Taylor Rapp won you that effing ball game. Taylor effing Rapp. Deontay effing Hardy and Trent effing Sherfield won you the AFC East. Oh, it feels so good. Let it rain down on you. Feel it. Again, just rub your body, man. It feels so good. I'm not. I won't. You can't break me down. I'm touching my shoulders and my nipples.
We're going to lose our broadcasting license.
If you're watching YouTube, I'm sorry.
Stop watching.
Our live stream brought to you by our good friends at 3 Heads Brewing. 3 Heads Brewing, just rub yourself, man.
Caressing yourself.
You know what else was glorious? And I know you love this.
What's that?
The look on the Dolphins head coach.
Yeah.
Mike
They kept flashing to him, and I'm like, that is going to be a meme later tonight if they lose this game.
Yeah, he did not look good.
He just looked baffled.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I'm kind of like, I get it, because my face at times, like that Trent Sherfield catch, I was like the same way. I was like, oh my God. I was just in disbelief. I was like, no way.
To make it even more disbelief, Tommy, were you aware that
No.
last season Trent Sherfield played for the Miami Dolphins?
I never heard of this man.
Were you aware that he had not scored a touchdown since he
Revenge
played
game.
for Miami?
Oh.
Also, the weirdest thing about that catch last night, past the bat and the 2 feet and the falling out of bounds, and that's your first touchdown of the game. That touchdown occurred in the exact spot as the butt punt in Miami last season.
Oh, God.
That butt punt went off of Trent Sherfield's butt.
Oh, same dude?
He was the Dolphin that the butt punt went off of, and he caught
remember
that
that.
ball in that spot.
That's
the
funny.
very
Destiny.
same
Wow.
spot. He owns that end zone. That is his end zone.
Butt punt destiny. That's what we
Oh
can
my
call it.
God! All right, here
That sounds like a porn you'd read.
you brought up Josh Allen not looking great in the first half.
No.
That 13-yard scramble on third down, where he gets a first on that final drive to burn another 2 minutes off the clock, made me sexually aroused.
I'll let him know next
Thank
time
you.
I see him.
Josh Allen threw 2 interceptions in the first half. He finished the game 30 of 38, 359 yards, 2 touchdowns, 2 picks. He was also the Bills' leading rusher with 67 yards. Josh Allen accounted for over 420 yards of the Bills' offense
That's
last
insane.
night. He willed that effing team to an AFC East crown.
I mean, it was an exciting win, but, like, going forward, you can't keep playing like this.
Really?
You
'Cause
can't
I
keep
enjoyed
turning
it.
the ball over like that.
Look,
you're
man.
somebody's gonna just tear you apart. You're gonna have one of these games where it's all gonna fall apart when he starts heaving the ball around.
The last 3 seasons, the winning quarterback of the Super Bowl was in the top 3 in turnovers in the
Oh, yeah.
NFL.
Because I always figure he's gonna turn the ball over. Every time I watch this game, I go, he's gonna do it once for sure.
Sure.
Well, I also think, with maybe the exception of Baltimore, all these teams that are in the playoffs are very similar to the Bills in that they seem like they can win against anybody and also lose to any team.
I
Like
think Baltimore's that team, too.
I don't know. I guess I haven't watched enough games to tell, but it just seems like they're the more dominant team of all the teams left here in the playoffs. And I don't know. Like, I think it could be anybody's. The AFC is anybody's for the taking.
To that point, and I said it coming in when you asked, this could be the easiest road to the Super Bowl the Bills have in the Sean McDermott
So
era.
it's Baltimore. That's what you got to get past.
But that's if you see Baltimore.
Yeah,
because
they're going to be kind of running parallel here.
2 things. One, Lamar Jackson, Baltimore's quarterback, did not play last week.
Yeah.
So it'll be 2 full weeks before he plays a football game. 2, Lamar Jackson is 1-2 in the playoffs. 1-2.
Right.
He's won a single playoff game. He's lost to the Bills in the playoffs in Buffalo. 3, the Ravens have not won a home playoff game with Lamar Jackson.
Oh.
They've never won a home playoff game with Lamar Jackson as their quarterback. It's
So
not
they're jinxed.
Well, I don't know what it is, but it's
Maybe
not
they should take down that Ray Lewis statue they have out front.
It's a good start. It's a good start.
I didn't know that was a thing, man.
Oh, that's a big thing. And don't forget, they honored Ray Rice as their legend of the game
They
Okay.
did do
last
that.
week. That was a
Alright.
thing
Did
that
do
happened.
that.
They're
All right.
not good guys. That's what I'm saying. They
But
got.
here's the thing. I like Lamar Jackson. Like, I like
Yeah.
watching him play.
Yeah.
He seems
I
like
never
a good
liked.
dude.
I don't even like the town. I never liked Baltimore. I never liked working in Baltimore. Baltimore is even worse than Philly.
Whoa, let's not
It's
say
like
things-
Baltimore. Like Philly. Philly has an identity problem. Baltimore has a worse one. Like you're stuck between two. You're
little
stuck
chip on
between
their
two
shoulder.
other crappy cities, D.C. and Philly.
Man.
You're just a rest area.
Oh, well, I mean,
Wow.
Baltimore is a town you pass through to go
Baltimore?
to New York.
I went to Baltimore. I like Baltimore.
Oh man, that place sucks.
Good morning, Baltimore. You want to do hairspray?
Sucks.
Rub ourselves and do hairspray. Okay. The Bills play Sunday at 1 o'clock. So we're right back in our
Oh,
sweet
all
spot.
right.
Beautiful.
Okay.
The Steelers come to town. Right now on FanDuel, your Buffalo Bills are 9.5
Wow.
point favorites. 9.5. And if they get that game, knock on wood, you either see KC, Cleveland, Houston, or Miami in Orchard Park.
So any of them. Yeah.
I want Kansas City in
Yeah.
Orchard Park so bad. I want them so bad. Come on, Mr. Mahomes. Welcome to a full Highmark Stadium.
So this is his first road playoff game.
No.
He's never.
He's playing at home this weekend. Mahomes is.
I'm saying this is his first time they've had to leave home to play a playoff game.
If they win,
Right.
it'll be the first time. Yes.
Yeah, he's never played a road game.
Not once.
Not
in his
even
life.
early in his career?
Never. Not once.
Oh, wow. I guess I didn't
Yeah.
realize that.
All right.
He doesn't even have luggage.
It is the greatest post-game Monday of the season, at least for two of us, because Tommy did make his picks on Friday.
Yeah, but listen, come on.
No, look,
Let's just
man.
move past this now. We got the win. That's the important thing.
Now, look, man.
Just win, baby. Just win.
Lots of listeners would be disappointed if we didn't fulfill our end of the bargain. So just after 7:45, we have a Muley post-game excuse Monday. And then after 9 o'clock, our good buddy, former wide receiver for the Buffalo Bills.
This guy's the best.
I love Jonesy. I miss Jonesy.
He's
and I'm-
smooth. He's Mr. Smooth.
Yeah, he is. We got him back. Donald Jones joins us just after 9 to get into what went down last night. And he's the perfect man to talk to because he's a guy that was on a fringe of a roster his whole career. He's a guy that had to make one play a season to justify his job.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what those two guys did
You know
last
why?
night.
He had to keep it tight.
Tight!
That's not tight.
We'll get into Donald Jones and Tommy's picks throughout the show here on a post-game Monday on CMF. Let's stick with sports, but let's move from professional sports to an incident that happened at a high school event over the weekend.
Oh, this doesn't sound good.
Did you see the video?
No, but I'm guessing something bad happened.
Okay, so here's the thing. It's not good. It is not a good thing. Nobody wants to see this happen. And the kids that were involved should be and will be punished. But there's a difference between this is not good and this is the worst thing that's ever happened.
So did people overreact?
Okay, that's my personal
All right.
opinion. And I will get into what happened here. What is remarkable to me, Tommy, is how most men, the older we get, forget what pieces of crap we were as kids.
Little boys.
And we have proof to back this up in the exact same realm. And I'll give it to you. Next to the break room. 96.5 WCMF. we all have a bad habit.
Yeah.
The further away we get from being a kid, the better kid we think we were.
Yes.
Right? And that showed up in a story from Friday night here in Rochester. Just because something isn't good doesn't mean society is crumbling. And just because these kids deserve to be punished doesn't mean they deserve to be exiled from all of society for all time.
Damn, what happened?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF will jump right into it. Tommy, we are smack dab in the middle of high school basketball season in Section 5.
Oh, all right.
And one game Friday night made the news, but not for the reason you would want it to make the news.
Oh, boy.
Midway through a game, oh my gosh, I forgot to write it down. It was East and another city school. My apologies. Midway through the game, some pushing and shoving started between these two teams. It went from 2 players to more players on the floor. The benches cleared.
Oh, my God, bench clearing.
Yep. And then folks came in from the stands. Some folks from the stands.
Wait, so adult?
No, it looked like kids.
All right.
Look, from what I could see in the video, it looked like it was kids.
So it was a May with a lay.
Yeah. So you had a bunch of folks on the floor, and a kerfuffle broke out.
Yeah.
So the game, if you haven't seen the video, it is circulating all over social media. It's been there all over the weekend. Franklin East were the two teams.
Okay.
My apologies. The game was canceled from the moment the fight started. Police were called. However, no one was arrested.
All right.
No one was hurt. Everybody left. Section 5 said it's looking into potential suspensions.
Oh, boy.
And if the game is resumed, it's possible they do it without fans.
Okay.
So, Tommy,
Yes.
this obviously isn't a good thing.
Yeah.
No fight at a sporting event is ever a good thing. And these athletes and the kids who go to these schools that storm the floor, they're going to be punished.
Yeah.
Right? They have all of the kids' faces on video.
Right.
Okay.
And that's the problem with all this,
What do you mean?
is that you see it.
Okay.
When I went to a Christian school where fights in sports happen constantly between Christian schools, and but you didn't see it. I mean, my father and mother couldn't see it. Like, if I came home and something happened, it's a story. Like, now you get to watch. It's like, this has been going on since the dawn of schools, but now that I can watch it, everybody's horrified.
Well, and your parents didn't go to the games either, so it
No.
was just between probably
It was
the
kids.
2 teams.
It was boys being boys. It was a fight. It was pushing and shoving. Nobody got hurt. Cops weren't called. It just didn't happen.
Now, here's the thing.
I mean, it happened, but nobody. I think there's a huge overreaction because now I can watch it on the news.
So it's interesting. I get where you're coming from with that argument.
Yeah.
You may be right. I would also argue, though, now in today's day and age, if there was no video of this and just witnesses were talking about on social media what happened,
Might be worse.
thank you, because people are now imagining whatever the hell they think they wanted to in that.
Because I remember fights breaking out at Section 5 games when I was a kid, and to your point, it was all just word of mouth in the game of telephone. So what you imagined in your head could have been a lot worse than what actually happened if you weren't there.
Ripped a kid's head off and put it on a pike. But here's the thing, man.
Yeah.
Again, this is not good. It's not fun.
I mean, it just sounds like it was a bunch of pushing and shoving.
But, well, you didn't see the video. I mean,
No, but you
should
said nobody
watch the
went to the
video.
hospital.
No, nobody was hurt. Nobody was arrested.
So that tells me it was more pushing and shoving.
Man, reading these comments on these videos that were circulating, you'd have thought this was the worst thing that ever happened in the history of Rochester.
And that's another problem. You get to comment on it.
And
now.
that's it, man. The take some folks had about kids today, about how much different they were when they were kids, the personal stuff they said about some of these teenage kids in the video, kids that were just playing a basketball game. It is proof, Tommy, that most grown-ass people have a very fuzzy memory of what kind of kids they were. Like starting off, to the point you just made.
Yeah.
Show me one athlete from back in the day that didn't get in a yelling, shoving match fight with someone in middle school or high school practice game. And before you call the show and say, yeah, but it never got this bad back in the day, it did. And we have proof. Back in the early 80s, there was a fan ban in Section 5 basketball because of fights. Most of them were in the stands. They played a ton of games that folks weren't allowed to go to because kids couldn't behave themselves. And I know there are men and women listening that were a part of those games where the fans weren't allowed. Then later in the 80s, Tommy, they used to play regular season games and a seasonal tournament at the old War Memorial.
Yeah, they stopped that.
Yeah. That ended because of, you guessed it, fights in the middle 80s. What is super interesting here is that those kids that were 15, 16, 17 in 83, 84, 85,
Yeah, what they saying?
they're now in their late 50s and early 60s. The same people lighting those kids up on social media. And if you weren't in those fights or in those games, it was still kids your age. So come on. What are we doing here, man? Like, I'm not here to say what happened in that game is no big deal. I'm not saying let these kids off with no punishment. Punishment in sports is very important. It helps you grow up learning boundaries. But, Tommy, the pearl clutching and the mouth running from some grown-ass people is straight up embarrassing.
But you know what, Patrick? We had respect for authority back in my day. We didn't mess around.
No,
Look at
didn't.
the 1960s. These cities were run. They were buttoned up. Everybody had crew cuts and white socks on.
Bro, I'm watching these 50, 60-year-old guys, right, with like cartoon avatars. It's like Marvin the Martian. Way to hang it out there, bro. The guys, they're writing about, when I was a teenager, nobody, we took care of ourselves. We took care of the community. Here's a little fun fact for all you 40, 50, 60, 70-year-olds. When you were 14, 15, 16, 17, the 40, 50, 60-year-olds all thought you were idiots.
Yes.
They all thought you were ruining society. They all thought you were the end of what they had built.
Yeah. True.
What are we doing?
I know.
How do we forget so quickly? Why does this happen?
I don't know. I do. I always say I can't believe how many girl fights I witnessed as a kid.
About to be a what? Girl fight?
Like I haven't seen one since, but like I saw so many from high school to my early work years where chicks would just rip each other apart, man. It was far more violent.
Note.
It was far more violent than any dude fight I've ever witnessed.
Okay. All right. I mean, I don't disagree with you. You're right. Chick fights are violent. You're not wrong.
I got a million stories of just fists flying, man.
You do. You've been beat up more times than Pat and I combined.
Yeah.
It's true.
And I didn't even start nothing.
Yeah, you didn't even start
You
nothing.
know me, never say nothing.
Come on, just keep my mouth shut, look all cute in my shacket.
I keep it tight.
Definitely keep it tight. 252 WCMF. We're talking about this fight that broke out at a Franklin East basketball game on Friday night. Happened in the middle of the game. Started on the floor, pushing and shoving. Ended up with a little more pushing and shoving. Folks come out on the floor. Benches clear. Some fans come out.
Come on down.
A new car! The game was suspended. Police were called. There were no injuries. There were no arrests. It's not a good thing. This is not good.
But it's not a bad thing either.
Look,
it's just a thing.
I know. I would say it's a bad
human
thing.
nature. Like, you're playing, you're emotional, it gets out of hand. It's just human beings.
No, but here's the thing. And I will say this, to your point. It's better that this happens for these kids now. Because part of a teenager is testing boundaries.
Yeah.
We all did it, right? All right. So you realize that once you cross a certain line, now there is punishment coming for you. And that's what these kids are going to learn.
The hammer comes down.
Exactly. It's better they get this now, right? And I'm not just talking about sports and fights. I'm talking about everything all the way. Because those kids that don't push boundaries, right? When they start pushing them in their 20s and 30s.
It's a lot,
Thank you.
Counts.
And if you don't understand what I'm saying, think of that super religious kid you knew in high school that went off to college. Because we all remember what happened to them. And it's the same kid every single time.
Yeah, she's pregnant.
Okay.
No, you're right. They went crazy.
252 WCMF.
And she pregnant.
About to be a what?
Girlfriend.
Sorry. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Jim. Hey, Jimmy, what's going on, buddy?
So I wanted to tell you that it doesn't only happen in the city.
Sure, yeah.
1973, Perry Caledonia basketball game. They're ahead. My teammate hard fouls a Caledonia player. They get into a fight. They start swinging. Then every player on the floor started swinging. And then the stands empty. And just like the game you're talking about, it was suspended and nobody was hurt. No cops were called.
That was despite one guy driving a tractor into the gym.
And they were swinging.
It was kind of fun, and they won that game. But 2 weeks later in the sectionals, we met them and beat them in the sectionals.
Yeah,
so
Jim! Yeah! Yeah, you won the fight, but you lost the war. I mean, Jimmy, look, I mean, you being a guy that played sports before, like, it's hard for me in this room because I got Kimmy, but she didn't take sports very seriously in high school. And Tommy didn't do a damn athletic thing in his life. Like, Jim, it's remarkable to me that older people completely forget that feeling and those emotions of being a teenage kid in those moments.
Man, I'd give anything to go back and have those feelings again, man.
And think about that.
Would
Like,
get punched?
remember being that age. That was the most important thing in the world to you.
Your
And
whole
that-
world.
Yeah, and that person standing across from you, you hated them. You despised them for reasons you did not understand, but that hatred existed.
Yeah. In fact, that was my graduation year, and the next year made a lot of friends with those Caledonia players, and still to this day know them all.
And they still punch him every time they see him. Jimmy, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
Yeah, that dude's my age.
Yes.
Or he's a little older than me.
Look, I mean, if we're being honest with each other, it's all the same.
It's human nature.
Every generation does this, right? And look, punish the kids. Tell them where the line is. Show them, right? But don't. What are you doing lighting up teenage kids, describing them and what you think they are on social media as a grown-ass person?
I know.
Come on.
But that's not going to stop.
No, you're right. You know what my favorite thing about this is?
We're reading it, probably.
Well, like the comments and stuff.
Yeah.
How inappropriate and how dare these kids. Learn to control yourself. How many fights happen at grown-ass people's rec sports leagues events?
That's
right?
a great
Oh,
point.
the Y?
Probably 10 times more.
Those Y basketball games that they play at noon?
Yeah, games that don't count for anything.
Every pickup basketball spot in Rochester has at least 2 grown-ass people fights a month. We've talked about pickleball fights. I've personally witnessed countless beer league hockey brawls.
It's got to be where it's the worst.
Softball.
Don't even get me started about softball.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Pickleball.
Exactly. Yeah.
And that's going to get worse because they're I hear the dome's now going to be a pickleball.
Did you see that? That looks
center.
amazing.
It's a brilliant idea.
Bro, are they going to have like nationally televised pickleball events at the Dome? It looks like you could
they
hold
could
it there.
host, yeah.
You got the stands. They made it look really, really nice with all the lights and stuff inside. But what I'm getting at is this. Look, we can say something isn't good, and I understand that you think it's not a big deal, and that's fine. It's your opinion. I'll fight you over it.
Just don't overreact to things.
But that's just it. Keep it in perspective. And before you want to throw stones, make sure that your house is not fragile.
Oh.
That's all I'm saying.
But nobody does that.
That's all I'm saying, man. Like, God, what I would give to have, like, highlight videos of every single person who commented of their worst moments as a teenager. That you could just play back from and be like, hey, who's that guy? Who's that guy? You remember that? Remember when your dad hated you and your mother thought you were a waste? Remember that? Remember when your girlfriend's dad thought you were the worst thing that ever happened to society? Where'd that guy go?
You remember? Talk to some of your old girlfriends about you.
But don't you even think, even if you showed those people, play-by-play video of them as kids, they'd still find a way to say, well, this is why what I did was different.
Oh, you mean my brothers?
Yeah. Like,
'Cause
I don't
that's
even
my
know if you
brothers,
can
both of
change
them.
their mind with evidence.
Let me tell you, they all whitewash everything. But I think it's just, again, that's like a protective thing so you don't have to hold yourself accountable for your life.
But I'm not asking you. Like, you don't have to hold yourself accountable. Just don't crush these kids.
Just shut up.
Yeah, because if you shut up, you then don't have to reflect on what a big piece of crap you were. And I don't say that criticizing, because we're all big pieces of crap.
Yes, we are.
You are a piece of crap as a teenager.
We're all God's pieces of crap.
So you're not a piece of crap growing up.
Right.
So you change and you adjust and you mature and everything ends up semi-decent for most people.
Yeah, then you end up listening to this crap.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And you got Jim calling up about 50 years ago basketball games where they got us that night, but 2 weeks later, we got them in the sectionals. All right, let's take a break.
Yeah.
You know, as we talk about growing up, the fact is there are things men never outgrow. And one of those things might be showing up in our area in late February.
Late February? It's coming in late February.
Well, let me put it this
It's a
way.
man thing?
No, it's a child thing.
Oh.
But if your grandson was in town, you would be using him as a weird-proof vest to get into this event.
Okay.
I'll tell you what it is.
Can't wait to hear.
Next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. We just had a discussion about growing up and seeing kids differently than
Sure.
you were. Maybe we were slightly off about one thing in that conversation.
What's that?
Well, logic dictates, Tommy, that when you get older, you outgrow kid stuff you loved.
Yeah.
But
Let it go.
But there are a handful of things that men especially will love in ways that we don't understand at 3 years old, the same way we all love it at 80 years old and everywhere in between.
Wow.
And this is definitely one of those things.
What's that?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. It is an AFC East champion beat. Sweep your division rivals in their house on prime time for the 2-seed kind of post-game Monday. So good. A gentleman made some picks on Friday.
Yeah.
We got to recap those picks.
Well, if they would have focused at the beginning of the game, I would have done better.
Yeah, probably.
Playing hero ball.
It worked.
Yeah.
At the beginning, it didn't.
Okay, well, it's why they play two halves of football.
Took it pretty fast there for a first quarter.
I just can't speak because I didn't sleep last night because I was so excited. Hey, Muley Post Game Excuse Monday, which will wake everybody up just after 7:45 here on an AFC East champion Post Game Monday here in the break room on CMF. Tommy?
Yeah.
How'd you like to spend some time with dinosaurs?
Dinosaurs.
The Jurassic Quest Interactive Dinosaur Experience is coming to the Convention Center in late February.
Damn.
Tommy, the story on News 8 makes it sound super cool.
I bet it is.
Okay.
With the technology they got now?
They have live dinosaur shows.
Well, they're not live dinosaurs.
Thank you. That's what they call it, you idiot. You'll get to ride dinosaurs
Well,
if you want to.
I did that with your mom.
You'll get to see real dinosaur fossils and dig for pretend
Fossils.
ones, which is what I did with your mom. And there's also a section where you can be a dinosaur wrangler and rope a raptor and get it
Ooh.
back into its pen.
that's fun.
So we can have dinosaur ranching.
That's right. Lassoing a dinosaur. Now, this event is obviously aimed at children.
Yeah.
But you want to go to Jurassic Quest
Oh,
with
yeah.
me? Okay. How many guys listening right now just pulled out their phones and Googled Jurassic Quest Rochester Riverside
Gotta be a
Convention Center?
ball.
Oh, my God. If you have kids, you're going to use them as a shield to get in.
Yeah.
But we know what you're really trying to do here, you weirdo.
Trying to lasso a dinosaur.
That's right. You're a grown-ass man that wants to ride, lasso, dig for dinosaurs.
Man, if you go to this thing, you're going to have to hear so many dad dino facts going off all over the place. It'll be like car alarms.
You're 100% right, because one dad will do it, and then here comes three dads.
They got that one wrong. That's not a raptor. That's more of a that's
Yeah,
an
but if
egg
you-
bearer on that one there.
But if you ever meet a kid that's into dinosaurs, they're gonna put your dino knowledge to shame because they'll point to the dinosaur and specifically name that's a Stegosaurus.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I don't know. Sure, whatever you say, kid.
No, she's right. My nephew's 5, and you don't ever stop talking about dinosaurs. So men never really outgrow dinosaurs.
No, that's
right?
the Flintstones, man.
They're always cool to us. Like, think about it. They made like 10 Jurassic Park movies, 50 Godzilla movies. There are dozens, and Tommy, you've been to all of them, dino tourist traps across the U.S.
Oh yeah.
But dinosaurs aren't the only childish thing men never really outgrow. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. What is the most common stuff we men never grow out of?
Looking at heavy equipment.
Oh, that's A number one,
Well,
buddy.
you bring that up. There are places, I don't know if there's any close to here, but there are places that you can go with a group of buddies to go literally just play with equipment.
It's like an amusement park.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like move dirt and stuff.
Yeah.
And any military hardware,
Okay.
same thing.
Yeah, no, you're right.
Battleships, tanks, any of that stuff.
So the air shows are wildly popular.
Yeah.
Right? All those battleground museums.
That is Grandpa Sky Candy.
You ain't kidding. That comes from playing Army as a kid, right?
And all the war movies you watch.
So where does the construction equipment come from?
I don't know. I think we
Play
used to
with
play with
trucks
that
and
stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
Tonka trucks and all that when I was a kid.
But we also had to find that cool as kids. Like, what's weird is, I'm with you, man. Like, guys never stop enjoying that construction stuff. Remember, Kimmy, that day where they had a crane out across the street?
Oh, I
Yep.
couldn't stop looking
Tommy
at it.
went and looked at and saw the crane and
Every commercial break,
Told
Tommy.
us all about it.
Yep, he would go outside and stare up at the big crane and then come in with crane updates.
So I told you, when I was a kid, I had every Tonka piece of equipment that they made.
Yeah, it's great.
So no, I had it all. It was all controlled by the Teamsters, so it was very sketchy. But I'm telling you, man, like I play with all that stuff.
See, when I was a kid, I had one pickup truck snowplow, but then I would get contracts with people to just not show up at their driveway. I mean, but why do we hold on to it? Right? Like, I get as a kid, wow, that crane is super tall, or wow, that machine is moving that heavy thing. That's really cool. But as we get older, there's no reason for us to still, all men love construction equipment and air shows and battleships.
And muscle cars and race cars, all that stuff.
Do you put muscle cars and race cars in that same?
I'm not a car guy. I mean, I'm not. But every time I've got multiple, when I've been on vacation, I've seen a cool car and I've taken a picture of it on my phone. And I'm not a car dude. But I stopped and I saw that one. It looked like the car that James Dean crashed in when I was on vacation. It was like an antique. It was just parked there. I took 4 pictures of it.
So you took a picture of it even though you couldn't even really name the specific car.
No.
Interesting.
For who, though? Who are they for?
Me.
Well, he takes pictures of boats, too.
Yeah, so one of Tommy's favorite pastimes, if you're unaware, when he's on vacation and there's big boats, he will stand in front of the boat and have his wife take a picture.
Because it's funny. 'Cause I'm small. You stand in front of the bow of the boat. The thing looks massive. And it's not. I'm always amazed when I see a yacht that one person has so much goddamn money. This is a toy to them.
Okay. But that's not.
And I grew up in Florida where you saw this stuff all the time, but I'm still in awe of it.
But that's not why you like it. Like, there's a difference between being interested in, like you said, like the economic inequality of why one person needs all that stuff. But you look and go, wow, big boat.
And it's amazing.
Look at the big boat.
The coolest ones are the ones that they have the helicopter pad. Like you have a boat and a helicopter in the same spot.
Kimmy touched on trains, right?
Oh, yeah, trains.
The military, I get. It's like, like you said, the war movies and, patriotism and the heroism. And, we all have family members that served in the military, the construction stuff. And I don't get the trains.
Look at Channel 8 boy.
John Kutchko.
Yeah.
Channel 8 boy.
That guy's a huge train nerd. He knows the schedules and the names of the trains.
Yeah.
He's not alone. Like, I used to live right by the train tracks near Village Gate.
Yeah.
And every day around the same time, there'd be people that they drive there, they park their cars, they set up their lawn chairs, and they wait for the trains to go by.
That's insane.
Okay, but as you get older with trains, they're
model trains you can play with. And all that.
They're pretty antiquated when it comes to other forms of transportation.
Right.
They're loud. They're old. The older you get, like on a daily basis, your interaction with trains are more negative than they are positive.
Yes.
Yet, for some reason, like when you were on vacation, Kimmy and I were having a discussion about a train that was parked out in Greece in someone's backyard and it wasn't moving.
Oh, okay.
And we had 5 men, and Kimmy can back me up on this when she's off the phone, that called up and defended trains, the train company, the train manufacturer. They were like criticizing this poor woman who's like, hey, this train's been in my backyard for 3 weeks and I just want it gone. Valid concern. Well, they only have X amount of tracks and that.
I'm also fascinated by when they show me things being built.
Okay.
Like when they show me like a submarine being built, I find that unbelievable.
But you have no interest in engineering.
None at all. And my mother, when she was a kid, right during the war, before she went into the Marine Corps, she worked at American Locomotive in Auburn.
Oh.
And they switched to like the wartime, so they were making engines for boats. So they would make these massive engines that are the size of a house. I would be fascinated to look at that, even though I have no interest in engines.
Hey, Kimmy, remember when Tommy was talking about dino facts that nobody wants to hear about? And then 5 minutes later, he told a third-hand story about how his mom worked at a place that made engines for boats.
But there was a big engine out front. You wouldn't want to go look at it?
It doesn't do it for me.
Just an engine?
I'm not
It's
mechanical.
not just an engine.
No, I'm asking. Are you saying just an engine out front? You would want to go look at it?
No,
Nothing.
a big-ass one.
No, if they had a submarine, I want to go look at the submarine. But an engine.
What about the engine?
No, engine.
Sub-engine.
Engine don't do it for me. Hell, a submarine without an engine, I'll go look at the submarine. I don't care about the engine.
I think those are the bottom of the ocean. You can't see those.
So I remember when the movie Titanic came out, and I was like a little kid, but I just remember everybody's dad talking about the propeller scene.
That is one of the funniest scenes.
And it's not even real. But like the
I couldn't stop laughing, man.
You got to see it, man. The propellers come out of the water. Like that's all you took from that movie.
But they're so massive.
Again, it's not even real. It's not a real boat you're looking at.
That poor Italian chef. Bink!
Hey!
252 WCMF. We started this conversation talking about the Jurassic Quest interactive dinosaur experience. It's coming to the convention center in late February, and there's a story about it on News 8. Live dinosaur shows. You get to ride dinosaurs. You get to see real fossils, dig for pretend ones. You can rope a velociraptor, like lasso it. But The discussion is now the stuff that we never grow out of as men. Trains and boats and heavy equipment and like military stuff. Whether we're 3 or whether we're 93 and everywhere in between, every guy's like, oh, wow, look at that.
I found something else when I drove to Florida.
Okay.
When I took that vacation, and I haven't witnessed in a long time. I haven't taken like a road trip. When I come across a whole bunch of windmills on a mountain.
What is wrong with you?
And I was like,
what is wrong with
oh
you?
my God, I would look at that all day.
You can go
I
see
would
that-
be mesmerized.
You can see
They're
it
not
off of
that far,
104.
yeah.
Nah, they got to be on a mountain. They got to be on a mountain.
Like,
It's gotta be
up high.
and there's like 100 of them. I'm going, oh my God.
You ever see those pictures where it's like the person standing next to the blades and it's like, how is it that big?
It's amazing.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Mike. Hey, Mikey, what's up, buddy?
Morning.
Morning.
Hey, I got to geek out here for a minute. Tommy, your mom worked at Elko? That's awesome as hell,
Look
dude.
what
That's
you
one of
did.
the premier locomotive manufacturers all the way up to the 1960s.
Wait. Hold on. Tommy didn't share it was one of the premier locomotive factories up until the 1960s.
Listen, I've been a train geek since I was like able to know what a train was. I still am. There's a model railroad club right up the street from you guys in the basement of a church. Phenomenal. But think about it. You go to a toy show, all right? There's tons of dudes there. What they're doing is they're buying their childhood that they couldn't have when they were kids, like all the cool Hot Wheels stuff that's
Sure.
still out there and all that stuff. So, hell yeah, it's all the stuff you wanted when you were a kid that your parents wouldn't buy you or they couldn't afford it or whatever. So, yeah, I refuse to give up my childhood. I got a closet full of plastic model kits for when I retire. 17, I
Saving
got
them
a
for
bill
later.
with a 5-foot wingspan.
Ooh.
Come on, it's like my childhood, my time, my spare time. My wife doesn't mind. It's better than Well,
She probably
not better.
encourages you to go in there and play with your models.
No,
Yeah.
Mikey, here's the thing. I understand the toys and the sneakers and the models that your parents couldn't afford for you when you were. I understand that more than going outside and looking up at a crane for 10 minutes or setting up a folding chair and staring at a train. Like, that's what's weird to me.
All right, so on that note, I had a butt ton of Tonka trucks when I was a kid.
Hurt really bad
So
getting them out.
when I was between jobs, I applied for a job, and now I'm a motor equipment operator for the county. I work for the county sewer department. Heads up to all my guys out there working in their trucks today.
Whoop, whoop.
And I get to drive heavy equipment and trucks. They pay me to drive giant trucks. I'm like a kid. I love
Full of
my job.
sewage.
No, see, when I first did the interview, I was scared. I thought, oh, man, it's going to be a lot of poo. But very little poo. It's very little poo at all.
Well, then you need
So,
to do your job better, bro. You're working with the
job,
sewers.
we do the job great. So
That's
well
why.
that
Yes.
we don't have to mess with the poo very often.
Attaboy, Mike.
But-
Less poo,
No,
more Tonka
man.
toys.
Oh, you betcha, man. And they're paying me to do it. I'm like, I feel guilty a little bit every week when I get my paycheck.
Hey, buddy, keep the smile on your face and keep reaching for those stars, Mikey. Thanks for the call. I
Oh,
appreciate
yes. Thanks, man.
it. There goes Mike. Mike brings up a really good point.
What's that?
Only the end part. Everything up until that point, no. It makes sense to like this stuff as a kid, like we said, because it's
Yeah.
larger than life. But as you grow up, you are allowed, you're able to get a job involving all of this stuff.
Right.
You can work in construction and work on those machines. You can get a job as a boat captain or working in a boat capacity as an engineer or a builder or whatever. You can join the Army or become a paleontologist or work for a train company. Yet most men don't,
No.
despite the fact that we never stop finding it cool.
Well, is that because you don't want to have it ruined for you?
I don't know. Did Mike sound like Mike sounds like the happiest man?
I guess I don't know a lot of stories like Mike's where it doesn't feel like work. It just feels like he's playing with trucks every day. But I wonder if people are hesitant to follow that path because it's just something that they enjoy and not something that they want to work in.
But I don't have an interest in any of this stuff. I
you
don't
do.
think about it until I see it.
Oh, okay.
Like I'm not walking around thinking about trucks all day, but if I see a massive truck or a boat or a crane, I'm mesmerized. I'm almost mesmerized by it.
All right, so you tell me, let's say tomorrow we all lose our jobs.
Mm-hmm.
And you get an offer, you got to work a couple more years because you don't own a house and you've never made any money and you have no skills discernible. If you watch the Tommy Mulay's This Is Your Life, all of this is explained. You can catch it on our YouTube page,
What do I do?
WCMF Break Room. Somebody offers you a job working a crane.
Working a crane.
Would you take that job?
I don't know, man. It looks pretty cool.
Why would you not take that
I
job?
probably wouldn't take it.
Why?
Because I would also be afraid of killing somebody with said crane. Because every once in a while there are crane disasters, and I don't want to be a part of that.
It would be the most significant credit you ever got in your career.
Toppling the crane on like a bus full of orphans.
You've seen him on Star Search and he killed people with a crane. Ladies and gentlemen, Tommy Mulay.
Cranes are fun until they go wrong.
Well,
Put that on a t-shirt.
That's a fair statement.
And then the building falls down.
No, the crane is there so the building falls down.
Doesn't
Unless you're
fall down.
building the building.
Yeah.
I guess it all depends on what the
You're
crane's
talking
doing.
working a wrecking ball, which I'd also love to watch.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, any demolition.
I mean,
Like
to be
taking big
honest, if
buildings
there
down?
was like a wrecking ball involved, I would like to go see that happen.
Because it's going to happen with the Bills Stadium.
I think they're probably going to implode it, right?
Oh.
Either that or because they didn't implode Yankee Stadium. I thought they just dismantled it.
But the Bill Stadium,
sides?
it's into the ground, so they could they could implode it and just fall inside.
That would be wicked ass cool.
Although it's also probably full of asbestos, so maybe that's a bad idea.
They pull it all out.
What,
just
in your
release
it
lungs
into
while
the
you're
air.
watching?
No, they'll just burn that in center field.
Center field of the football field.
Yeah, the football, the center, wherever.
I mean, like, look, the fact of the matter is we have this discussion. The whole reason grandpas want to spend time with their grandkids is to go and do all the stuff we're talking about.
Yes.
Like, there's a train museum in Rush that is slammed with old men and their grandkids. It's down the street from my house. Not because the grandkids love it, but because an old man riding a train on a single track going nowhere is grounds for calling the cops. We grown-ass men have the ability to become whatever we want.
Right.
But we never want to grow out. We never grow out of using a crane, wanting to hoist a mast, ride a brontosaurus, or flying a fighter jet. And the only access we have to these things now is through our grandchildren.
Right.
Or you sound like a weirdo Mike who just called us.
So you get trains and ice cream with these kids,
That sounds pretty sweet.
which is kind of how it goes.
Yeah. Bro,
What?
$1 million idea.
Trains and ice cream.
Ice cream train. It's like an ice cream truck, but with a train.
Ice cream train, get on the train. Ice cream train.
Wrong. Yeah, I knew where you were going, but you screwed the song up, and I hate you for it. People all over the world, join in. Oh, my God.
Ice cream train.
Shut up! It was your generation. All right, let's take an ice cream train break. Can't bring me down today, baby.
Well, you're going to bring me down
Why?
because I got screwed on this game.
Well, no, you made the picks. This is your doing.
Do you? I mean, I don't think you did as bad as you think you did.
It should have been a blowout.
All right.
I mean, come on, man. You blew three. You turned the ball over 3 times.
3 times inside the
right,
red zone.
yeah.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah,
He
so
did
that
do
it should have been a
Well,
blowout.
no, 2 turnovers and the stop at the 1.
Right. So I mean, those were just disasters.
Look, man. The Bills won. You're the only person that's upset right now. You're the only person angry. Everyone else in Western New York is on cloud 9, and you're doing cuckoo bird calls.
That's out of your mouth.
Tommy made some
Ice
picks.
cream train.
We recap them on an AFC East champion post-game Muley Excuse Monday. Next to the break room. WCMF.
Fakes the handoff, throws it over the middle, and it bounces high in the air. It's caught by Trent Sherfield for the touchdown. He looked like a center fielder in a baseball game. It got deflected at the line, popped straight up in the air. Sherfield spotted it and pulled it down. The touchdown is good. Unlikely, but we'll take it.
We'll take it!
Well, take it, fellas.
Okay, sincere question.
Yeah,
I know
sure.
that you guys said you were super nervous in that first half. I think most Bills fans were.
Yeah.
The way that touchdown happened, how did you not think it was destiny the Bills were winning that game last night? I mean, that's the difference. They won by a touchdown.
Yeah.
Right? Like the fact that that ball goes off Van Ginkel's head.
Doink.
In fact, there's a guy named that.
How about he left the game last night? It sucks. I hate seeing guys. I want best on best stuff,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
But I always giggle when they say his name. So, like, he's down. He could be out for the playoff. Frank Ginkel. Your Buffalo Bills, 21-14, AFC East, clinching 4 years in a row in your division rival's house in primetime win. Sauce.
That was a big one.
Here, the break room CMF, huge. I mean, win is, I can't even speak right now.
I know.
Been up all night. I got another Diet Coke. I'm just trying to course caffeine through my veins to get through here. But you know what? This is going to brighten everybody's morning up, whether you're dragging ass, whether you're a Dolphins fan that's not feeling good.
Yeah.
Because you're our football expert. You made some predictions, and you were very, very confident on Friday.
Yes.
It's time to atone for those sins.
Pay for your sins.
Kimmy, are we ready?
Ready.
Let's do this thing.
Tommy told it like it is. And now we find out how it was. Beulah Excuse Post Game Monday in the break room on WCMF.
Let's get to our first pick from Tommy on Friday here on CMF. Tommy, over under 1/2 a touchdown for Stephon Diggs on Sunday.
I'm taking the over. He's in. He's in. They got to get him in. They got to get
No,
this
they
done.
don't gotta do
Gotta
nothing.
They haven't.
do it. You got to win with your boys.
They've won 5 out of 6. They've won 4 straight.
I
and
know, but you
without
got to
Stephon
win.
Diggs.
You can't be dicking around. You can't be letting the Dolphins hang out to the end of the game. You can't be you get a choice field position and you got to punt. You got to get it done. You got to be tight.
No, but it doesn't because there hasn't been a Stephon Diggs game.
And
in 2
he's
months.
a Miami kind of guy.
Oh my God.
Ferraris, 2 girlfriends. That's Miami.
Okay.
But you said that's why Miami was going to lose earlier this week.
Good point.
Different kind of Miami.
Okay.
Buffalo, Miami.
Thank you.
Miami, New York.
Yeah, thank you.
So to be clear,
He's like South Buffalo, Miami.
You
got it, baby.
you're over 1/2 a touchdown for Stephon Diggs on
You
Sunday.
want to be with me on this?
I want to, but it
No,
doesn't.
you got to. You got to.
Stephon Diggs yesterday. 7 for 87. He had 7 catches for
I
87
know.
yards. No touchdowns.
Why? Why aren't they using this guy?
Oh no, they tried. Josh hurt you bad
Yeah, I was
on this
gonna
one.
say there was a.
What's that?
There was he just missed it. He overshot him by like a couple.
Oh, that
yards.
one that
Yeah.
bomb he threw? Yeah.
Early on, home run ball for Stephon. Stephon had outrun the corner
Yeah.
of Jalen Ramsey, by the
That
way.
should have been a touchdown.
7 to 10 yards.
So I get screwed.
You did. I mean,
I got the shaft in this game.
Yeah, but
I got
aren't you-
the Miami shaft.
aren't you kind of into that? Isn't that why you're
That's why I
from?
left the state.
No, I could not believe Josh airmailed that ball. Diggs was gonzo, man. If they hit on that, all of the
What a
questions.
beauty.
Bro, it was gorgeous. And here's the thing. They got Diggs going on purpose early, like those 5-yard routes, Kimmy, just to get him comfortable.
Yeah.
The guy showed up. It was by far his best game statistically of the last 10 weeks. Did you see that clip at the end of the game?
What's that?
It's all over. They won. Stephon Diggs and Josh Allen go up to each other.
Like
they
whisper.
Yeah, they cup over their mouths into each other's ears and they whisper, but you can hear 4 more, 4 more, 4 more.
Oh, really?
4 more wins.
All right.
Come on. Get juiced up. 4 more.
Well, you got to play a little better.
What are you talking about? They won.
Yeah, catch the damn ball, throw the ball.
He did 7 times for 87. The only target he had he didn't catch was that ball that Josh airmailed him. My husband cannot catch the ball and throw the ball. All right, so you're 0 for 1. But you got a lot coming. You got a lot coming down the pike here, buddy.
Yeah.
Let's get to our second pick from Tommy on Friday here on CMF. Over under 3.5 sacks for
What
the
do
Bills
you
team.
think? What do you think?
What does Auto Pick Tommy say? I don't know.
They're going to cream this kid.
Wow. It's a bold statement.
No,
Knock
by
his ass back to Maui. I'm
To
taking
Maui? Is that near Maui?
Well, going to be Maui and Maui. I don't know. I'm going to take, yes, I'm going to take the over on the Sackaroo.
All right, they barely hit
the sack exchange shows up.
They barely hit the over in a game where they blew them out at home. Right? They had 4 sacks at home.
But they got to get this.
You
They're
can't say
so
got it. You can
hungry.
win a game without sacking Tua.
Yeah, you got to. But they love to sack.
That's, you and them have that in common.
Sacks? Yeah, I love me some sacks.
Big fan of sacks?
Love it.
Just a bunch of dude sacks.
Sack me up.
Last night
They did get to him.
was one of the greatest defensive performances in Bills history.
Mhm.
They shut down the highest scoring offense in the NFL. They kept their offense in it despite massive issues in the first 3 quarters. And they did it all while recording 1 sack.
Jesus.
In fact, it's the weirdest sack you'll ever see. Kimmy, did you see what happened?
I'm trying to
I don't even
think,
remember
but
the
yeah.
sack.
Here's why. The Bills didn't sack Tua once last night. Tua went unsacked. Running back Devon Achane, is that how you say it?
They were saying Achan.
Achane. That guy, he took a pitch, and then he pulled the ball up to throw it. It was a pitch pass, only to think better of it because it was covered, and they tackled him for a loss. And because he became the quarterback on that play, the NFL counted it as a sack for Terrell Dodson.
I didn't know you could become the quarterback magically.
I did not either. That was a new one for me last
All
night.
right.
That's what
That was a
that
new
was
one.
considered, yeah.
But you have a game where the Bills recorded a sack against a team without sacking the quarterback who took every snap for his team last night.
Because they almost took that kid out of the league last year.
Tua, yeah. I mean, his career was almost over.
Yeah, I remember the next game, his hands went all weird.
Look, and I'm really happy for Tua. I like.
Oh, me too.
No, I'm serious, man. Like that was terrifying what happened to him in that game, and like. I like seeing young quarterbacks succeed, just not when you're in my division and playing the Bills, right? But they did that. The Bills defense did what they did last night without sacking Tua Tagovailoa once. They turned him over twice. They had him seeing ghosts all over the place, and they didn't get to him once, and that is insane.
All right. But I still take it in the shorts.
Yes, you do. 0-2, all in your shorts.
Yeah. I'm getting it pushed in good today.
Holy crap.
What?
It's a Muley post-game excuse Monday. Tommy Wright 0-2, but it's all right. Maybe this is your one right here.
Well,
This could
keep
be
pushing.
Well, go ahead. Over under 1.5 touchdown passes for Tua Sunday night.
I mean, you would think they could probably get 2 touchdowns.
Okay. Did you not hear No, it's touchdown passes.
Yes. Yeah.
Touchdown passes.
Yes.
Yeah, for Tua.
You would think he should be able to get 2. He's like one of your top quarterbacks.
Yep.
But not today.
No.
No.
You mean not Sunday? Not today.
Well, not
for sure.
today. My pick is today.
Okay.
And I am saying I'm taking the under on him for touchdown pass.
Okay. Now, again, the Bills can win.
They got this kid figured out, and he knows it.
The Bills
He's crapping his Hawaiian pants.
The Bills could win by
So
4.
I think they wear grass skirts.
So it wouldn't even be a problem.
It would be a disaster.
Not for laundry, it wouldn't. The Bills could win 40-14, and you could have 2 touchdowns.
I get math, man.
Tua had an up-and-down night. First half, he was 11 for 17 for just over 150 yards. That's a good half. Second half,
You went silent night.
bro, he went 6 of 10 for 37 yards in the last 2 quarters. And when it was all over, had a single touchdown pass.
Ooh,
you
look at
nailed it,
me.
buddy. Welcome to the game.
All right.
He's back.
Finally.
It's his Deontay Hardy punt return of a Muley postgame excuse Monday.
So I would have been so close on at least 2 of those picks.
Yeah, but you would see that's what sucks about gambling.
Oh, yeah.
is, closest only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades.
You should write that down.
Excuse me, hold on. I know Tua was missing some weapons last night, but holy crap, they made his life hard. And you kept waiting, Kimmy, in the second half for them to hit on one
Turn
big
it
one.
on, yeah.
Yeah, you know, and start stringing stuff together, but it never happened. All thanks to the coverage, which once again was being held down last night by their 4th corner and their 3rd off-ball linebacker, whose man's name you will never forget, 7th-round pick out of Clemson last year, Balin Spector. Balin Spector. Amazing. All right, Tommy, you could actually get ahead here depending on these last 2 picks. Hey, man. Everyone counted the Bills out when they were down 14-7 and the Dolphins got the ball back.
All right.
Gotta believe.
All right.
Let's get to our 4th pick from Tommy Friday on CMF. Do the Bills win? And if so, is it by 4 or more?
Do the Bills win?
Don't.
So your question is, do the Bills win?
Uh-huh.
I think they win. They cover. Good. All right, let's move on.
Which means-
Ding. But by how much?
I don't know.
Right?
How much?
These don't count. I think what you're going to
No?
see
Why
on
you say it
Sunday
then?
night is a late night. Miami takes it in the short. Blowout. It's going to be a blowout. A blowout.
You have the Bills blowing them out at home. In prime time.
In prime time.
With
It happens.
With the division on the line after they were blown out last weekend in Baltimore.
They're banged up. They hurting.
They were banged up way more. They were way banged up in that playoff game, the wild card game in Buffalo, and they
that
were
was
a drive away
ago.
from it was less than a year ago.
We playing last year. We playing Sunday night.
So you have the Bills covering. Okay. Let's just recap, Tom. All right, we don't count blowout or no blowout, so
Give him the win.
we give him the win on the 3.
I was close to a blowout, 3 points
Well,
away from a blowout. 10,
You were
right?
1 score away, yes.
Yeah, well,
Right.
a single possession.
And we should have had these points.
Who's we? You got a cricket in your pocket?
Well, I got more than cricket, baby.
Well, I'll show you my penis. No, I mean, it is interesting. I was dying to know if the Bills had hit on a play on that last drive. Because they were, as they were running the ball, they dropped back to pass a couple of
Would
times.
they have taken the 3 points you're asking?
Yeah, 'cause, like, look,
went for it, I guess.
It was at the point where the defense was performing so well, 3 points would have ended that game. But at the same time, there had been so many insane things to happen all season long. Like,
right.
And McDermott loves just running that clock
Yeah.
out, man. Like, they could have had another field goal against Los Angeles. They decided to run it out.
Yeah.
So you're 2-2.
All right.
Bro,
Not bad for a tough game.
Bro, you could be on the winning end
I
depending
should
on
have
how
been
you.
sweep-ola.
Yeah, should have been, but you didn't.
And some of these things they are still under investigation.
None of those are.
Yes.
Okay. Well, tell you what.
Yes,
Did we put a timeline on these? I don't remember.
Under investigation, and I don't know when he does his podcast.
He doesn't have a podcast. He goes on someone else's podcast. And
Whatever he does.
before you start complaining, why don't we hear what your bonus pick was right now?
All right. I got a bonus pick.
We know.
First of the new year.
Oh.
Big
First
one, right?
bonus at 2024.
Look at this. I say this game's going to be epic. I think at the end of this game, it's going to feel like a playoff game.
It is a playoff game.
But it's going to feel like a playoff win. I think they carry Sean off the field.
They're not going to carry Sean McDermott off
Sean
the field, you idiot.
off the field.
He wouldn't let them.
He wouldn't let them.
He wouldn't. He's
what are you
not
going
that
to tell
guy.
these
Yeah.
behemoth bastards? Football players picked up John Madden one time.
If they win the Super Bowl, maybe there's a tiny chance they carry him off the field. They're not
take him off.
carrying him off.
Tua ain't finishing the game.
Don't
Wait,
say that.
that's a whole
There's
other
nothing
thing.
to do with anything.
Sean gets carried off the field. Aaron Rodgers claims on a podcast that Sean McDermott set Tyreek Hill's house on fire. I'm telling you right now, those are my bonus picks. I stand behind them.
Okay, so Sean McDermott carried off the field. No. Tua Tagovailoa took every snap at quarterback for the Dolphins. No.
Well, we don't know. Monday morning.
It's Tuesday, right? Does Aaron Rodgers go on Pat
I don't know.
McAfee's?
I don't know what day it is normally. I don't think he's been on in a little while.
Well, he
No, he just
Probably
did
a
this-
reason.
No, he did it
No.
last week, but
Yeah.
the whole Jimmy Kimmel thing
Oh,
after the
yeah.
lawsuit threat.
So I don't know
'Cause Pat
how long
McAfee
it'll
had-
be
but the
until
whole-
we see him again.
Yeah, the host of the show had to come out and walk all that back. Hey, guys, we're just having fun. We're calling you a pedophile with absolutely no evidence. So we'll hold off on the third buzzer.
All right.
But if he
right.
does his podcast, or does the podcast, and there is no mention of Sean McDermott burning down Tyreek Hill's house, we're bringing the buzzer.
All right.
All right. So 2 and 3.
All right. On a tough game.
No, it wasn't.
It was a tough game.
I mean,
it
if
was
you-
a hard game.
If you would have played the percentages, you would have done just fine.
And they should have carried him off the field, John Madden style.
Yeah, absolutely.
To make him feel good.
Yeah, that'd be a good look when you have another game to play next week.
Oh,
There was one thing that he kind of did, and I couldn't tell if he was dancing or just
Sean?
celebrating.
Oh, God, it was so funny in the locker room.
Like, that was out of character for him. I've never seen him do that.
100%. He was
Yeah,
dancing.
he's not
Yeah.
emotional at all.
No, but he was excited about this one, and I've never seen him show that side of himself. At least, like, nobody's
Yeah.
caught it on video.
Wow.
It's a huge win. I mean, look, that is the most significant win of the Sean
Yeah.
McDermott era, in my humble opinion. Everybody counted you out. Remember, right after that bye week, you have the stuff going on with Von Miller. You have the article written by
Yeah.
Tyler Dunn, which, again, I mean,
a
the
lot
article.
to play for.
Oh, the 9/11.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
that and all the guys that, look, I mean, everybody rallied around McDermott. They haven't lost a game since.
Look at
Kimmy
that.
said it. Write another article. You said, let's go to the Super Bowl. So I get it. I understand. All right, Bills play the Steelers, 1 o'clock Sunday. Game you can listen to live right here on 96.5 WCMF at home as we speak. The Bills are 9.5-point favorites in that game.
God
but
damn.
we're not done with the post-game Monday.
What else we got?
We got our good buddy,
Oh, yeah.
a man who had some things to say in the first half that now he's got to walk back this morning.
Okay.
Our good friend, former Buffalo Bills wide receiver, and he's the perfect guy to have on this morning because the two guys that won you that game yesterday, wide receiver Trent Sherfield, whose name was hardly called all season long, wide receiver Deontay Hardy, who returns that punt for the house, two free agent signings of the offseason, two folks that Bills fans were like, what are we doing with these guys? And they're the reason the Bills are the 2 seed.
Yeah.
Donald Jones had that job. He was a fringe player. You got to go make a play. And what is it like, Tommy, when you know your entire career, the ability to keep playing could come down to 1 or 2 moments that you have to be ready for over 5 months?
Yeah.
We'll get into that and a whole bunch more with our good buddy Donald Jones on an AFC East champion post-game Monday here in the break room on CMF. We're living in strange times, man.
What happened now?
Well, this is a positive strange time thing.
Oh, okay.
Because it wasn't long ago that if you wanted a job, there was a whole bunch of stuff you had to do. And this was even for like the most like low qualification jobs. We now live in a world where if you turn on your television, you will see companies paying locally to compete for you to apply there. Because I stumbled upon something I had never seen before.
Really?
And it's apparently been on for a little while. And wait till you hear what these companies are doing now.
Damn.
Tell you all about it next to the break room on CMF. We're living in strange times.
Oh, what happened now?
Well, Tommy, it used to be hard to get a job.
Yeah.
What if I told you right now, companies are paying, hoping that folks sitting on their couches see a 5-minute piece where they are trying to sell you on coming to work for them.
But I don't have any experience in this position.
You didn't even know this was a thing.
I have no idea this thing, and they want to hire me.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like.
That sounds like a disaster.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF will jump right into it. Have you guys heard of Hire Me Rochester?
Yeah, they run those ads every once in a while.
Okay,
yeah.
so you've seen this show before?
Well, I've just seen the ad. I've seen like the promo for
okay.
it. Yeah.
So apparently it's a TV show that airs on 13 Wham and Fox Rochester, and I found it by accident on Saturday when I sat on my TV remote watching the Ravens-Steelers game. But it's fascinating as hell. Have you ever watched it?
No.
Kimmy, have you watched this?
I have not heard of this.
So what is it?
So it flips over under my butt, and there's a segment on the Fairport Central School District encouraging folks to come and work in their transportation, food service, and education departments.
Okay. Wait, education?
You heard me. The school superintendent is doing an interview pitching the district, and they're talking to all of these people, individuals that work. They talk to one guy who drives a bus. They talk to someone who works in the food service thing. And then at the end of this thing, it's like a produced commercial for working at Fairport. They give you all the information you need to apply to any of the jobs they're hiring.
All right.
So I'm staring at this thing, and I can't make out why they're doing this. So I got curious, and I did some research.
What'd you find?
It turns out the show's been on at least for a little while.
All right.
And there were tons of businesses that have participated. Cooper Vision, DePaul, American Packaging Corporation, the Jewish Senior Life Center, just to name a few. And even more remarkable, these companies paid to be on this show. And we know this because all of the segments, the place trying to hire people, are on 13 Wham's website, and they are all marked as sponsored content.
So you pay to be on.
That's what it seems like, right? And they're all 5-minute infomercials to come and work for this place. These jobs are so hard up for employees. They are spending money to be featured on what is essentially a career infomercial, hoping that you or me or Kimmy or everyone listening, when flipping through channels on a Saturday or Sunday, will see their pitch.
Yeah, and you go walking in their door.
Take a second to think how insane that is.
I know. Well, that's how bad they're hurting for people, right?
Yeah, not that it's not going to help these companies. Like, it's a good idea. But the fact that we're at this point right now, Tommy, this has to be the most unique employment period in American history.
Yeah, because the common man's in the driver's seat.
And if you want a job, it's yours.
Yeah. And you can negotiate it. It sounds like whatever you want.
Well, I mean, there are some
to a
jobs
point, but
yeah. I want $1 million a year for driving this school bus. If you're between the ages of like 30 and 50, you came up in the hardest time in America to get a job.
It was tight.
Well, Tommy, you hear those stories from back in the day in like the 40s, 50s, and 60s where folks would just walk into a business with a tie on and they'd walk out with a job. And then in the 90s, something changed.
Yeah.
Kimmy, it took a full application. And then you hoped that they saw your application. And then you had to keep making phone calls to ensure they did. And if you were lucky, you got an interview. And then you had to do like 4 or 5 of those interviews. And then maybe, just maybe, if they liked you, you would get that gig. And that wasn't for careers. That was to get a job at McDonald's or Wegmans or Buckman's Car Wash.
Yeah.
Kimmy, think about the stress and anxiety between the ages of 16 and 22 trying to get a job.
Well, and I remember I think if you were under 18, you had to get like special permission to even have a part-time job at certain places. Like I remember if you wanted to work in the mall, there were a couple other hoops you had to jump through if you were under 17 or 18 to work there.
The amount of interviews I had to do when I got my job at Wegmans as a 21-year-old kid.
And you were a scooper.
I was a scooper.
Yeah.
But the only reason I got that job is because my mom had already worked at that Wegmans.
Yeah.
And she kept talking to the guy and asking if he'd interview me. And he finally like, fine, yeah, geez. We'll interview the kid.
Yeah, like I remember when kids got jobs at Wegmans, it's like, who do you know? Who are you related to?
Yes!
Because otherwise your application just disappears.
Because they never laid anybody up. They just, people, I mean, they never fold.
You die or you stay forever.
Right.
I mean, even Luigi's, the ice cream place in Spencerport, it took me 2 summers to get a job there. And those are like the nicest people on the planet, right? Now, Tommy, they're paying to be on TV to give you a job. And as frustrating as it is for people like Kimmy and I's age, this is great for other people.
Well, yeah, because you can go get a gig.
Well, okay, you got that. You get a job if you need one.
So if you're unemployed, you really don't want to work right now.
Well, that or you have some other things in your background.
I understand that, but if you're just like Because we all know, guys, man, there's just nothing out there, man. That's BS. You can't say that right now.
Well, I guess it depends on what your idea of a job is. Right? Because if you work in a professional capacity and you don't want to, in your eyes, lower yourself to that kind of career.
Guys, I got a buddy, I told you, he's in South Florida, which is a perfect place to be that guy. Every time I talk to him, there's nothing out there, man. Really, there's nothing out there for a college-educated guy that's 50 years old.
What's his degree in?
Sales. He does. I think he's got a general degree, but he was a salesman his whole life.
Okay, all right.
But there's nothing out there for sales.
I know that's a stretch.
He's driving around with a car with no horn, and a horse with no name,
and a pub with no beer. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Look, you're right, but there is a fundamental problem with what you just said.
What's that?
That guy sees himself better.
Yeah, he don't want to take a job.
Yeah, he sees himself better than a bus driver
for something specific.
But
exactly.
But when you're financially sinking, I don't get it.
Look, man, some people pride is more important than making the mortgage.
I know.
It's weird. Look, I'm with you.
Yeah.
Well, it's weird for you.
What do you mean?
He's like, a little rich boy in his shacket and turtleneck sweater. Just take whatever's available. You wouldn't work half of these jobs I just brought up, even if you were dying.
I understand that. Yes. But I also wouldn't go, there's nothing out there, man.
Yes, you would. You
no,
take them all the time.
What?
Like you could drive a school bus, but the kids wouldn't appreciate your outfit, so what's the point?
Right. I do have a pair of driving shoes, though.
No, you don't.
Of course. You have driving gloves.
Oh, I want to get those.
Bro, you think being a bus driver is hard every day? Put on a pair of driving shoes and driving gloves and see what those kids have to say to you when you get on the bus. Like, you would not, if you lost this job and you needed money, you would not drive a school bus.
Well, probably not. Because the kids are mean.
Oh, no.
The kids don't have respect like my generation. We sat quietly on the bus looking at pornography.
252 WCMF. They're probably doing that now, too. They got phones.
Yeah. Thanks to us, my generation gave you the free porn.
We're talking about this television show called Hire Me Rochester. You said you'd heard of it before.
Yeah, they run ads all the time. I never knew what it was.
So I sat on my remote when I was watching the Steelers game, and it flipped me over, and this thing was on. And I was like, what the hell is this infomercial for Fairport Central Schools? They're trying to hire school bus drivers and educators and cafeteria workers. There's been a bunch of businesses, CooperVision, DePaul, American Packaging Corporation, Jewish Senior Life, a bunch more. It looks like they pay 13 Wham to be a part of this show. Mm-hmm. They have 5-minute segments where they're pitching you, interviewing people that work there and the bosses on coming to work for them. And it's such a weird thing considering, Kimmy, where we were 20 years ago, where it took 5 interviews, an application, you had to put a tie on to walk into a Wendy's.
Hope to hold on to that job.
Yes, exactly.
Survive layoffs, all that.
I do like watching those ads when they describe like the workplace. It's a happy, fun atmosphere where we all come together as one big happy family and we work towards one it doesn't exist, right?
Well, I also wonder if you're somebody that works there, because obviously, like, if somebody's showing off their place, they're going to show you like the best parts of it, the best people. But like, people are sitting at home like, that guy's lying, that guy sucks.
I was doing that the whole time.
Oh yeah, you have to, because it's jive.
Well, here's the thing. So
that's not what it really looks like.
During the Fairport pitch, right? Everybody that was on there, they look super nice, right? But like they talk to one guy, he sits down for an interview and he works in the transportation department. And he goes, we got a lot of laughs, not only between drivers, but between the administrators and the drivers. And like
they really appreciate us.
The kids are great. And, I get excited to come to work every day. And I'm like, hey, man, maybe that works for you.
Yes.
And I hope it does. That's great. But like if that's how it was, like they wouldn't have a short bus driver.
Thank you.
Right?
And how come these things keep popping up in the news all the time, telling me different? Man.
But I mean, I don't know. That could be his personal experience. It's just he was really selling it.
Well, of course they're gonna put their most positive dude.
No, but like even he was selling it hard for a positive guy. Like take a little. You're doing 70, bring it down to about a 63.
But like think if they were trying to sell radio, right? They wouldn't use us.
Why? We have the most fun.
No, but we have negative fun. We have the kind of fun you shouldn't have. You'd have to use somebody like Marty, who does our traffic.
Okay.
She's happy, she's energetic, she's kind to people. She doesn't really exist. She's the only one that acts like that around here. Like everybody else is such a douchebag. Marty's are only non-douche.
No, you're right. The amount of times I've said something douchey to Marty, forgetting she's not douchey.
Right, she's such a sweet person.
Yes, and then she says something kind back to me.
Right.
I'm like, oh, you ass! Why are you such?
Yeah,
a dick?
Marty should be like the face of our company. That would be the person you
Yeah,
put
you're
out
right.
there.
You're right, but here's the thing.
Everybody
she-
appreciates the
and I-
traffic and everything else. Everybody's so cool.
And I would believe that she enjoys her job.
Right.
She's a believable person.
Right.
No, I know that she enjoys her job because I work with her. But if I saw her on TV, what are you hiding, Marty?
Right, she's too positive.
Exactly. You're at a 70, bring it back to a 63.
There you go.
Yeah.
So the only thing that
We've
sucks.
seen ourselves on TV. We can't sell anything.
No.
No. Charities were hurting this Christmas.
Yeah. We couldn't give away free food.
We couldn't read a script.
So the only thing that sucks about the conversation, it makes learning how to get a job impossible to pass down to the next generation because it seems every 25 years, the way you get a job completely changes in America.
It swings the other way.
Right, like Kimmy, you remember your parents telling you to fill out an application and show up dressed nice to places that would only let you apply online. Do you remember that?
The places that would. Wait, what are you saying?
When we were teenagers going into our early 20s,
They give you like the website.
Yeah, it's when some places started transitioning
Yeah,
to
you're
you
right,
can only
you're right.
apply
That was
online.
common,
And
yeah.
I remember my dad being like, "Well, you got to put on a tie and fill out an application and hand it to him."
Hand
And
it
it's
to
like-
the other part-time kid working there who doesn't care.
Exactly.
Right.
And then you would go to places where you would try to do that and they'd be like, "No, you have to apply online." Well, you got to go back and keep. No, Dad, they're hiring out of like Toledo, Ohio. I'm never. No, you got to keep going back.
So now you just show up. Go in. I'm willing to work here.
Sure.
Hired.
For now.
Right.
But here's the thing. Like, based on the way you got jobs when you were a kid, if your stepson came to you and said, "Hey, I need some advice on getting a job," you wouldn't be able to tell him anything.
No.
Have you ever applied for a job in your life?
Yeah, when I first worked at the grocery business.
So when you were 14, 15?
14, 15, and then here.
You didn't apply for this?
Well, yeah, you had to.
Did they call you?
So I had to come in and audition.
That's not an application.
Well, I had to do it. I had to. Well, what would you call it then?
I would call it an audition. Like,
Wasn't that a?
they called you, right?
So yes.
Okay. So
Essentially, Beth Donahue, the comedian, endorsed me to Wheeze. Wheeze. I did a phone call. They flew me up. I did an audition.
Okay,
Yeah.
so they reached out to you. You didn't apply here. And you've never filled out a resume
No.
in your life.
No.
You're a man in your 60s who's never done a resume, applied for one job when he was 15 years old. What advice do you have to give?
None. Because you remember when we did stand up, they always wanted like a sheet about like your accomplishments in stand up, and it was all just BS.
Everybody made everything up.
Yeah. Like the amount of TV shows I was on.
Before Google.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Well, like it wasn't before Google, but I knew the club owners didn't know how to use Google.
Okay.
Yeah. So for me, there was nothing. So I just lied. You sent them a videotape of your show, some act you did, and that was it.
Yeah.
So, but that was really not it, because that was not really a job application.
No, not at all. And by the way, if you
There was no
if you-
contract. There was no written.
No.
You would just show up and do your show, and I'll pay you cash.
I've had jobs where I had kind of already gotten the job and they still make you go through the whole application
Yeah.
process just to make it official.
Yeah, it's nuts.
Yeah,
So-
I never filled anything out.
All right, so there you go. Like every generation will have a different experience getting a job, and maybe that's why it's so frustrating for kids, is because no one can ever help them out with this stuff.
So
right?
you don't need a resume anymore.
Well, you may. I mean, they may still be trying to do it
yeah.
officially.
Usually
just
they still have to-
faster.
But you could
Yes.
half-ass that.
Well, I don't know. You shouldn't half-ass it.
You want that to stand out still.
Why? There's nobody behind me wanting this job. If I walk in and I have a resume that has a bunch of dirty words on it,
Don't do that.
I think I get the job.
You're cursing. You should do that. You should apply.
What
to
if I'm at the dirty
Tommy
word factory?
effing Mule.
Right. I think that would be the social experiment. Have it just a crappy resume, throw it on there, have a flask in your hip to see if you get the job.
I want you to apply to the Fairport transportation job with 3 F words in your resume and see if you get a call.
I bet you I get hired.
Why don't you try it? Bet you don't.
I want him to apply with what he thinks a resume should look like.
You,
I want to know what that looks like.
you just lie about yourself.
No, but there's like a
Just the
structure to a
format and
resume.
everything.
Well, there used to be a company in town that would do it for you.
In the 90s?
No,
Early
I think it
90s?
was fairly recent. Because I remember they used to come on the old show, like Resume Builder or whatever. the
Fairly
hell.
recently, the old show. You mean like 20 years ago?
yeah.
So you don't even have that anymore?
Fairly recently. I've worked with you for like 12 years now.
There are places that will help you. I don't know if it's free.
When you said the old show, did you mean Wheeze?
I think so.
Oh my God! Fairly recently.
Yeah, less than 15.
That was
20 years ago.
15 years ago.
So screw resume. You don't need
No,
it.
that's not what we're saying.
Here's what I'm saying. You don't need a resume. You sure as hell don't need an effing tie anymore.
Okay.
Like, who's buying a tie? for anything.
It can't hurt.
No, you don't
Now
need
you
it.
sound like your dad.
You don't
Put on
need
a tie
tie.
and go fill out your resume.
You just need sneakers, jeans, and a T-shirt that doesn't have dirty words on it.
Then maybe even the dirty words will still work.
Yeah, if you have the right dirty word, might get you somewhere.
All right. Well, look, if you are looking for a job, a place like this would be a great place to work.
Where's that?
Well, I'm going to tell you in a sec, because for 3 years we were waiting to answer some questions we had about retail legal marijuana in New York State.
Yeah. We're all done, right?
Well, no, everything's good. But now we're starting to understand the buying patterns of people.
Oh, okay.
More specifically, how successful each store will be on its own.
Oh, what are they token?
Well,
Love that segment.
Tommy, there was a store in Western New York. They were the first one to open, retail licensed marijuana shop.
Yeah.
And a little over 5 months after they opened their doors for the first time, we now know how they are doing.
Oh, the numbers.
Yeah, you got it. And all of the concerns that we had can be put to rest.
Nice.
Bro, in ways you cannot imagine.
How much green, baby?
We'll get into it next to the break room on CMF. We are finally getting some answers to questions that have been 3 years in the making.
Good.
Well, we didn't know what walking into a mom and pop shop and buying marijuana would be like.
Mm-hmm.
We weren't sure if people would do it. Would they be willing to pay the tax? Well, based on one dispensary's experience just west of us, there may not be a thing to worry about anymore.
So this was the mothership, the original.
It's the first one in our area.
Damn.
Region. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF just after 9 o'clock. We're not done with Postgame Monday, baby.
What we got?
Our good buddy, Donald Jones, former Bills wide receiver and man who's eating some crow after a little exchange last night.
Oh, so you guys were going at it.
No,
Huh?
I'm just saying he started it. But I'll let him explain.
All right.
Because I'm not a man to kiss and tell in my text messages. Just after 9 o'clock, Donald Jones, former Bills wide receiver, joins us on a AFC champion postgame Monday. AFC's champion here in the break room on CMF. Tommy, Dank is the first legal licensed marijuana dispensary that opened up in Western New York.
Dank?
Dank.
All right.
The stickiest of the icky. They're just west of us in Buffalo.
Yeah.
And the owners, they said they didn't really know what to expect.
Oh, the
when-
Dank. So they spoke to the Dank.
They did. The owners said they didn't really know what to expect when they opened. No one in Western New York had ever done this
Well,
before.
yeah, they're pioneers.
And then other states, Tommy, that had legalized marijuana, big companies came in and they opened places up.
Yeah.
New York wanted mom and pop New York residents to make this work and put the money in their own pockets. Well, based on an interview, a story on Spectrum News, it's safe to say things have gone well for Dank.
What happened?
Well, they've been open just over 5 months. Tommy, can you guess what they've sold in gross sales in that period of time?
I guess $500,000.
$500,000. Kim, you want to guess?
Let's go $1 million.
$1 million. That's a lot of money.
Yeah.
In just over 5 months,
And there's one store.
Dank, the
Less
first
than half a year.
the first legal dispensary in Western New York, grossed $5 million in sales.
God damn, that's a green
And that's
wave, baby.
one store.
One store.
One store, $5 million house.
Almost $1 million a month in gross sales. The
Really
owner,
rich.
yeah. Well, I mean, it's gross. I don't know what the margin is, but you get what I'm saying. It's a lot of money. The owner of Dank, in an interview with Spectrum, says they expected to make half of that. And now, granted, they were the only legal dispensary open in Western New York, and it's possible the novelty of the first legal dispensary brought out some folks that may not go back ever again. They just wanted to see what it was
Sure,
like.
but but that doesn't get you to that number.
That's what I'm saying. It's not all of them. And it's answered some questions we had when this thing was first legalized 3 years
Like
ago.
how bad the economy is.
Well, look, man, we know no matter how bad the economy is, there are
No kidding.
there are some things that don't go. Booze is always does well.
Liquor and smokes.
And makeup. Did you know
Oh,
that?
yeah. But you want to feel good about yourself, so women want to get dolled up.
It is weird, though. Like, you would think that would be the first thing you'd be able to X off. You don't need makeup. I mean, we can
No,
do
Well,
that.
you need
skincare.
makeup, bro. You do not want these chicks running around with no makeup.
Look who's talking.
There's nothing you could do with this, but women need it. They need the war paint.
I'm guessing like skincare is included in that too.
I don't know.
Makeup,
Who
so,
cares?
you know.
He took that away. The questions we had, we wondered if people would have a problem paying the taxes New York State would want for the marijuana.
Oh, look at the tax they got.
This doesn't seem like it. We wondered if longtime smokers would keep going to their personal dealers. And if they are, a hell of a lot of people didn't have them, apparently.
Right.
And we wondered if we wondered if being able to grow it at home would keep folks from spending money at a dispensary. And even though it's not legal to grow yet in New York on your own, lots of people are doing it. That doesn't seem to have put a dent in this place's business either.
No, because it's convenient and it's legal. I don't have to grow. I don't have to like slink around. I just go get my stuff. I mean, it's the passive least resistant.
You're right. And I'm guessing,
Yeah.
Kimmy, you being the resident pothead.
Oh yeah, you're a
Sure.
stone bag.
Stone bag?
Anyways,
There are products at these places that you can't just make yourself.
Look at the
I mean,
gummy.
I am not. I'm not somebody that has ever made my own edibles, but I know people that may argue otherwise.
Okay, but
I
I'm
don't
saying
know.
like they have like,
I'm
infused.
not qualified to answer that question.
I'm not just saying edibles. Like there's infused drinks. There's other products.
yeah,
there
yeah,
that-
yeah. Oh, I mean, they have everything, stuff that, yeah, you would never think you could make with pot.
So with this first dispensary, legal marijuana dispensary in Western New York, opening up 5.5 months ago, Dank, grossing over almost $1 million in sales a month in the first 5 months. So far, so good.
Yeah.
At least for this place. So based on the information we have here, either Buffalo loves marijuana more than other places.
Yeah.
Or folks that have opened or are opening in the greater Rochester area are about to make a ton
You ain't kidding. Man.
of money.
And look how long they dicked around with gambling and weed. And they push back and they push back and they push back. And look at the money and how fast it came in.
Well, but see, those are two different arguments, though.
What?
Because I am very pro legal marijuana.
Mm-hmm.
I am not pro legal casino in downtown Rochester.
No, but I'm just saying gambling in general.
Oh, you're talking about sports books.
Just getting casinos in the state took forever.
All right. Yeah, you're not wrong.
You know what I mean? And they fought it. They just fight against their own interests so hard.
Hard.
Make it hard.
Tight. The most surprising thing about the success this small business has had.
The Dankster.
Yeah. The relatively small amount of people that use marijuana.
What do you mean?
So last year, a survey showed about 1 in 5 Americans say they had used marijuana in the last year. Compare that to Americans who say they drink alcohol, which is just over 8 in 10.
Yeah.
So 1 in 5, 20% of Americans compared to 80% of Americans, marijuana to alcohol. Now, yes, there are people that lied about using pot in this study.
Right.
It was a self-reported study. But even if you doubled it and made it 40% of Americans, you would still have half the amount of people that are smoking marijuana than are drinking on a regular basis.
Right.
You would think, Tommy, that as time goes on and attitudes from certain folks change about legal weed, people start to die, the amount of people who will use it will only go up.
Oh, yeah. Of course it's going to go up.
Which means these businesses will just get more successful.
You're just going to print money.
It's bananas.
Yeah.
And which actually you can get that infused at these smoke shops, I think.
Yeah, it's a genius move.
The question becomes, at what point could there be too many, and does the state have a plan on keeping the market from being oversaturated?
I mean, it's definitely been a slow process in terms of places opening up, so it could take a while before they get to the point where they realize they've opened too many.
But then again, it's on the business owner, right? Like, if you want to take
And I
this
mean,
risk,
what also limits it is there are places that have opted out. So until they decide that they, want to allow it in their town, you're going to be limited to where you can even put them.
think about that.
What's that?
The town of Greece, I'll just pull, they're one of the towns that said they do not want legal dispensaries in their town. The town of Greece potentially missed out on a business that is grossing $5 million in sales in just over 5 months.
And you're the biggest town.
Yeah.
And you just let all that money go someplace else.
And these other towns are going to have a jump on you when they start opening dispensaries, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I mean, I'm very interested. I'm a Henrietta guy. Henrietta allowed.
Yeah, you're Henrietta Strong.
Well, they have one now, right?
Yes, it's in the
Is it on the Jeff?
regional marketplace off of Jefferson
Right
Road.
off the Jeff.
Off of Jefferson Road.
Yeah.
Right there next to Cheesy Eddie's, which, by the way, perfect location.
Cheesy on Jeff.
But like, it's going to be interesting to see the effects, if we notice the effects that this has on the town, both positive and negative.
So far, it looks pretty positive,
Well,
man.
they-
And by the way, money solves a lot of issues. If you start bringing in that kind of cake, everybody's like, oh, we're cool, we're good.
It depends on where the money goes, right? Like, if the money goes to
Here
improving.
it goes. Right there, buddy. Right
Please let the
there.
court know he's doing the
There,
money in your
side,
pocket sign.
side.
Money. If the money goes to things to improve the daily lives of people in the town, it's a good thing.
Yes,
Right? People
yes.
will be, all right, we can take that. If the money ends up going somewhere where we don't get to use it, that's when it becomes a problem. Am I wrong?
Oh, you're right, buddy. You're right.
We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF for the Break Room Facebook page. Again, talking about the answers we're finally getting after like 3 years when legal marijuana was officially declared in New York State. This company, first legal retail marijuana dispensary in Western New York, Dank, there in Buffalo. In an interview with Spectrum News, they say they grossed $5 million in sales in just over 5 months. Rick writes us on Facebook. I won't go to a legal dispensary because I don't want the state getting my money. I'll grow, I'll buy products from places that sell under the radar, but you're wrong to think more people will pay for the tax and support the state than make it themselves or buy underground. I mean, I guess that's possible.
But
I know people that do both, though. Like, just because you grow it yourself doesn't mean you're not going to go to one of these places to try it out every now and then. Like, I know a lot of people that, they don't just consume pot one way.
And most people just want to get high.
I don't know.
They don't really care about the taxes and where it's going. I just want my weed. I want it the easiest way possible. That's most people.
No, but I mean,
they don't. They don't go walking in with all their politics.
No, there are people that are socially conscious, depending on what they believe
I
in.
get it, but most people just want to get high.
Okay, but I don't know what the average marijuana smoker looks like right now because it's been so underground for so long.
So, you can legally smoke in the parking lot at the Bills tailgate, right?
Yeah, anywhere that cigarette smoking is legal.
So that's got to be showing up a lot.
Well,
right?
that was showing
You
up
can
before.
smell it.
Yeah, I mean, but like,
But
yes.
now you can openly,
Yeah.
burn one before the game.
I mean, you can openly burn one walking down the street.
Right. So that's got to even change like tailgating and everything, right?
Yeah, I mean, you're a brave man if you want to have 6 beers and then smoke a joint.
No, you might forego the beer for the weed.
Well, I don't know. That's a different kind of.
Yeah, I know.
I'm here for an aggressive cheer, not a mellow cheer. Sidewalks for regular walking, not crazy walking. You know what else is interesting? Rick here says, I'll buy products in places that sell under the radar, and you're wrong if you think people pay for the tax and support the state. This business that we're talking about, Dank, and the legal dispensary that's open in Henrietta right now, they are in competition with smoke shops and bodegas that are selling illegally, right? Like, we know they're still out there. We see stories of them every week getting shut down. This place still did almost a million a month in sales.
Right.
With that competition.
Because I'm not going downtown to seek out that when I got it right next to my house.
Even
why
more.
Why am I?
Well, you say
driving?
downtown. Like, it's not downtown. It's in every suburb. These places.
No, but if I'm not
until
going
one
to
pops up near, like a legal one pops up near you.
I'm not going to like skanky Shade Town.
It ain't skanky
No,
Shade Town.
I'm going to go
it's
to
in a
nice
really-
area.
It is amazing to
Jeff,
me.
it's well lit.
For a guy who's like, I'm progressive, man. Yeah, I'm cool with all this. Like, you immediately slide back into old man marijuana, left-handed cigarettes, reefer madness, devil's lettuce talk. Sauce.
Going down to Toki Town.
I don't get you, man.
I don't either.
What?
Even more remarkable about this buffalo, they're closer to the native reservations where they've
Yeah.
been selling, and the state hasn't
And
touched
I know
them.
a lot of people that, for years, that's where they got it from. So I wonder if that changed their habits, that one in Buffalo.
So you're saying there may be more people in Buffalo that are smoking as opposed to Rochester because we weren't so close?
No, I'm saying I wonder how many people that were going to the reservations to get pot.
I get what you're
When this one in Buffalo opened, I wonder if that changed how they went and purchased it, or if they still went to the reservation.
Well, I mean, all we can do is sit and wait for more dispensaries to open.
Watch that green wave, baby. It's coming.
Look, and it's finally some good news for folks that have had these dispensary licenses and have had to wait years. Some of them paying rent on buildings they couldn't occupy, right? Trying to sell products that weren't going to have them get their license taken away, right? Like, at least there's a light with this business and the information at the end of the tunnel. And they deserve it, man.
Yeah.
Been brought through the ringer lawsuits and people yelling at them and not knowing if you can open your store where you want to.
Hey, you could have lost everything.
Yeah.
Lose the house.
It's like they're like modern day 49ers traveling west for green gold.
Ooh, I like that.
All right, write it down.
Right.
Let's take a break. There are some people that they don't imbibe in things
Fun.
that'll get you high artificially. Well, no, because people that like this would call this fun. It's a more natural high experience.
Oh, a natural high.
Yeah. Like, Kimmy, you've done yoga before, right? Mm-hmm. Turns out there's not just one sort of yoga anymore.
No, there's like every kind of stupid yoga.
And
I would think this would be like something you may actually be interested in.
But, Kimmy, I wouldn't have expected this place to be a part of
No,
it.
me either.
No man should do yoga.
It's why?
It's gross.
Bills players do it.
It's gross to look at. Anytime I see like those things, and there's always like one pathetic dude in that yoga class, and he can't do half the stuff that chicks can anyway.
Why are you staring in the windows of yoga classes?
No, it comes up on my phone.
That was more alarming.
All right.
Well, a couple of man yoga sites. What are you talking about?
We'll get into it next to the break room. 96.5 WCMF. I don't get it.
What's the matter?
I'm not saying this is bad. Maybe someone can explain it to me, like what the draw is and why a place like this would be on board with it.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. Just after 9, we continue to celebrate an AFC East championship,
Come on.
a sweep of a division rival, and a big-time primetime win with our good buddy, former Buffalo Bills wide receiver Donald Jones joins us in just a little while here in the break room on CMF. So, Kimmy, you and I both saw this story. And I think we latched onto it because Tommy's about to lose his damn mind for reasons he doesn't understand.
Okay.
You familiar with Country Max?
Oh, yeah, the store, yeah.
Yep, they got several locations around the greater Rochester area. By the way, local business. Did you know that?
I thought that was a national thing, the way it's designed.
Me too, and they do such a great job. No, they're a Rochester business.
I did not know that.
Yeah, Western New York business. Over the weekend, the Country Max out in Webster had a goat yoga class.
Okay, I've seen this online. Where the goats...
Online.
Well, social media. I don't get it.
I don't get it either.
Why do I want a goat stepping on me while I'm trying to do stuff?
Yeah, they do a lot of. They do goat yoga.
Bring your dog.
I've seen puppy yoga.
Okay.
There was another weird
Assault
animal
weapon
I saw
night.
once. But yeah, it's
Knives.
all baby goats too, isn't it?
Yeah, it was baby goats
Yeah.
at the Country Max.
And don't
goat
forget they
yoga.
did Snoga. They did that at your
Okay,
joint.
that I get because like there's this
Freezing your ass off.
There's a belief that if you do physical stuff in cold temperatures, it like messes with your
body. Okay,
metabolism.
all right.
Yeah.
But like the goat yoga specifically, why is doing yoga with goats better than just doing yoga?
Because doesn't it just get
it's
in the
for
way?
entertainment. I think. I
That's
think it's to get
Are the goats in
get
on
you
it?
out and doing physical activity, and it gives you something to look forward to. I guess hanging out with baby goats.
Yeah, but I'm afraid like I'm gonna plant my face next to a goat's ass. Like, because you're down on the ground, right? And you're stretching and you're doing
well,
all
I
of a
think
sudden.
they like hop up on you and stuff. I don't know.
So you don't like stretch the goats out like they're doing yoga
No,
too?
They're
like
just walking around.
running around, like
The same way
trying
with
to
your
mess you up.
dog or anything else.
Okay, because like I'm looking at pictures of the baby goat yoga at the Country Max in Webster. There's adult goats as well. There's like 7 goats here, man.
Yeah, I don't think you're really getting a great workout in. It's more the experience.
Okay. Also, people are like putting goat feet on their yoga mats, which looks uncomfortable. Like you put your bare knee on that goat feet.
It's gonna hurt. So I mean,
It's like stepping on a Lego.
So this is kind of like telling me yoga sucks. So they have to like.
You
figure
just
out-
want yoga to suck.
It does suck, and that's why you got to bring crap like this in to get people to do it.
Have you ever done yoga?
No man does.
So how do you know
yoga.
it
Lots
sucks?
of guys do yoga.
Not lots of guys.
It would
No,
be
they
really
do.
good for you. You have a bad back.
Why
It's a
you-
lot
I
of
don't know why you're
stretching.
getting mad. I mean, like, why wouldn't you try it?
Yeah.
I don't want to get down like that.
I mean, there's other. I mean, you don't have to. There are other positions you could do.
And he only knows one position. Go. Now, my wife has been in my ear about going to a yoga class with her. And
You do not want to do that.
I don't want to, but then I don't have a good reason not to go. I mean, what's my reason not to go?
It's a weird place for a man to be.
Why?
No, that's
Okay.
not true.
You have women on all fours.
Okay.
You're on all fours.
You're supposed to be paying attention to what you're doing.
Okay.
And
if
trust
you-
me, it's going to be more difficult than you think. So you may not be as
In many
focused
ways.
about what's going on around.
I
the room.
understand that. But if you're with your wife and you're caught staring at somebody's ass just by accident, by the position you're
It
in,
was an accident, baby.
that's going to be a long. Try car yoga when she's like swinging at you for staring at some chick's ass.
You know, you could get in trouble for the same thing at a gym in general or
this
any other class you
this
take.
is packed. Everybody on all fours. You're in a sex position.
I'm with Kimmy on this one. I don't know if you've seen what women wear to the gym now, but anywhere you look
I
at a
know.
gym, you're getting yelled at.
But they're not doing doggy style workout. It's a lot of backdoor action.
For God's sakes, man.
That's what they say. That's what they're out here saying.
Nobody's out here saying that backdoor action. 252 WCMF. Are there guys that
Doing backdoor yoga.
have done yoga? Because I know what the other problem is for you. You think it makes guys look. Go ahead,
What?
sissy.
Well, so you probably also think that.
Yeah, and that's been
'cause
my
you brought it
hang
up,
up.
yeah.
You do.
No, that's been my
And
hang
you
up.
do too.
But I realize that might be the wrong way to think.
Okay.
If my only excuse is this isn't the most manly way to work out, then
It's not.
it's not a good excuse.
What if you went to? What if
But
they
you're not
had-
manly. You're wearing a shacket and a turtleneck sweater.
Would you feel less self-conscious about it if it was like just an all-dude class?
That seems more
Man
gross.
yoga. Come on out to man yoga.
There's going to be some serious ass dropping in there.
Oh, you ain't kidding.
Bunch of
What if they do
dudes.
that hot yoga where you sweat your ass off?
There are guys that probably do that.
Well, look, we talking to the Bills at training camp every year.
Yeah.
Like we talked to several Bills who were like, "Yeah, we do yoga and we love it," and they say it helps their body out. Lorenzo Alexander, who played in the league forever,
Oh, yeah, he was the old guy, right?
he swore by it.
Yeah.
Said that he believed the reason he was able to play as long as he could is because he did yoga classes. And he
Different
would,
types of training, yeah.
and he would just go to classes at the gym. Could you imagine?
No.
Right? Like
Big ass dude coming in.
Fine, I'll go, but I'm a sissy. Here comes Lorenzo Alexander walking through the door. Richie Incognito said he did yoga too.
Yeah, okay.
Well, what did,
You want to see Richie Incognito in them stretch pants
I
on the
don't
floor?
think he wears the stretch pants, bro.
I thought you had to wear that stuff.
No, you can wear just like joggers,
Right.
you know?
They have shorts too.
Yeah.
Right.
Shorts might be a bad idea.
No, Nike makes a specific
Like tight
yoga
shorts,
short. They're not
so they
tight.
don't-
No,
I'm
they're
just thinking like you don't want them to like ride up too high.
252 WCMF. We're talking about goat yoga, what happened at the Country Max in Webster over the weekend. By the way, if you are interested,
Wait, was that big fat kid in the ad doing it?
he was doing curried goat yoga. They will be having similar events at the locations in Henrietta and Fairport.
Okay.
If you want to go try goat. I'm kind of interested in goat yoga. Not that I want to do it, I want to see what it's like inside the goat yoga class.
Okay.
Like, will I get along with the people in the goat yoga class? Will I get along with the goats? Is it like one of those fun things? Like,
I'm guessing it's a more relaxed yoga class.
Okay.
I'd be afraid
Like
of
I don't think
getting
like
bit.
serious yoga, but
Do goats
getting
bite?
bit.
Yeah.
I thought they butted.
Yeah.
No, that's a
might-
ram.
No, I think
Ram's
but I
ram.
think they
Goat bite.
No, goats butt their heads, don't
Yeah.
they?
They eat a goddamn can.
Are you basing this on Looney Tunes cartoons?
Yes. I don't know if a
I
goat,
punched a duck and his bill spun around his head.
ghosts can bite. They got teeth, don't they? They bite.
well, they're baby goats. I don't know how much do they have their teeth yet?
Yeah, and I don't think
Like
Country
full-
Max
Yeah.
would have a public event inviting out people so ghosts will bite you.
I
It's not
don't
called
wanna-
goat bite
I don't want
yoga.
to go walking in somebody screaming because they got a chunk of their ass missing and they're screaming.
They're screaming because they got a chunk of their ass missing and they're screaming.
Yeah.
This man talks for a living. It doesn't do goat yoga. Man who says goat yoga is too sissy. Well, he looks like the captain of the Love Boat, Towie Muley. Kitty, do you do yoga on a regular basis?
Occasionally,
you
but
should-
I'm not
it's
good
really
at
good for
it.
your butt. But not good at it. You just got to stretch.
No, I know, but like there are
You
sometimes I'll
you
try
don't
to
go pro.
No, I'll try to follow like a YouTube video and I'll skip it. I can't do that.
Like,
you don't like
there's
people
some
either.
I'm just not good. Like certain things I can't balance. So I know like you're supposed to just keep
Wait, chicks-
trying, but I get bored. What?
Chicks are supposed to be good at balance.
Yeah, I know, but there are some positions where you have to work up to it. You can't just do it right away.
not every woman is good at balancing.
I thought it was like internal.
Are you basing this again on the cartoons where they would
Yes,
carry banana baskets on the top of their heads?
And also when I watch Survivor, all the chicks always win the balance competitions.
Kimmy, when you go, who still watches? Is that still on?
I haven't watched it in a long time. I haven't watched.
I think it is still on.
I tapped out after Richard Hatch.
That was the first
yeah.
season. Kimmy, when you go to a yoga class, I'm sad that I know that immediately.
I know.
The gay guy who was arrested for tax fraud who won the first.
Yeah, $1 million.
Yep, and he's dead. He died.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're
God-
losing all the good ones.
God rest his soul.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, if you had Richard Hatch talked about in the break room on your bingo card today, you just won like $1,000.
Crushed.
Kimmy, when you go to a yoga class, how many guys are there normally?
So I
Just
went
her.
to one. I haven't really been to too many classes. The one that I went to was like it was like for a charity thing. So I think that they got like a bigger group than you normally would for like just a a class at a gym.
All
so,
the gals came out.
But there were like I would say maybe like 15 to 20% were dudes.
Okay.
Wow, that's high.
Yeah, but again, it was kind of a different scenario.
All right, don't let me forget, because at the end of this discussion we're going to have, I want to ask our buddy if he does yoga.
Oh, okay.
Because I want to hear you. If he does, I want to hear you to his face call him a sissy.
He ain't doing no yoga.
I mean, the guy's a professional athlete in 2 sports. Not only did he play in the NFL, he played professional baseball for a little while.
Oh, okay.
We've talked about this 15 times with him while he's on the show with us.
I forgot about the baseball.
You didn't. You weren't listening.
That too.
Your Buffalo Bills are the AFC East champs in an unbelievable game last night. Just when it felt like it was slipping away, bing, bang, boom.
Amazing.
It's over. This man is the perfect man to talk to this morning because the two guys that saved the Bills season last night fill the exact role he had when he played for the Buffalo Bills. You're a guy that has no guarantee of making the roster every season. You're a guy that plays a ton of special teams and goes unheralded.
Kind of a drifter.
Yes, and you're a guy that needs to make a play despite the fact that you could go weeks, even months at a time where they don't even look at you.
Yeah, you just sit cold, right?
That's what happened yesterday from two guys. Two guys in one game did just that. And we get it all of it.
Wow.
On a AFC East champion postgame Monday with our good buddy, former Bills wide receiver Donald Jones. Next in the break room. On CMF.
Jake Bailey punts this one away. It's a wobbler. Backing Hardy up to his own 5.
Come on.
Gets to the 10, to the 15, through a hole to the 20,
Oh, he's gonna
25, 30.
What?
He could go. 50, 40. They're not going to get him. Deontay Hardy going the distance for the touchdown. And we're an extra point away from a tie ball game.
The play that changed it all last night. Deontay Hardy, a man whose name Tommy Muley had never heard before, puts the Bills right back into it. The Bills are the AFC East champs after a 21-14 win in your rival's house in prime time, winner-take-all, 2-seed divisional game. Does it get any better than that?
Sure don't.
Here's the only way it gets better.
What was that?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, when you've been screaming at the top of your lungs for the last 2 months that this was going to happen, and everyone called you an idiot. And then even, during the game, when, a buddy just texts you out of nowhere and is like, see, I told you this.
Who's looking rough, bro?
Yeah, was it looking rough?
Horrible.
You know what, man? I believe.
Did you?
And I have believed. There's a man who we love here on this show, not just for his talents on the field, but for his talents off the field. That sounded dirty. We like having him on the show because he's funny and he's good and he knows what he's talking about. Please welcome on an AFC East champion post-game Monday, our good buddy, former Buffalo Bills wide receiver, Donald Jones. Jonesy, what's going on, buddy?
That definitely sounded kind of crazy, man. Just
okay.
Leave that there. But good morning.
All right,
Let me speak to you guys. I haven't talked to you in a minute. I'm feeling like this is going to get a little bit intense. I'm ready to go.
Well, all right. Well, Jonesy, here's the thing. I am not a man who speaks on other people's text messages. I like to keep that in-house here. So I'm going to let you describe to the audience. I'm going to let you describe to the audience what you texted me last night in the middle of the second quarter. What'd you say to me, Don? What'd you say? What'd you text?
So here's the deal. The text message, as I paraphrase, because I really don't remember exactly what I said. But I remember what I felt.
All of a sudden,
I remember what I felt, though. And this is how I felt. I felt like all year, and this is not like a secret, he's turning the ball over too many times.
You're talking about Josh.
And most of the games, I'm talking about Josh. And at his level and his talent, how long he's been in the league, he cannot continue to turn the ball over at that clip and expect to win games week in and week out. And that was basically what I was saying to you last night.
And he's right.
Is he right?
Yeah.
Because they won that effing game. And they won
defense
the
saved your ass.
Okay. Hey, he had to throw that final touchdown
And that
pass.
kid running that ball back saved your ass.
I would make the argument that Josh Allen on a 3rd and 13 to keep the ball moving, dragging 3 defenders. They had him wrapped up 5 yards short of that first down, and that kid, like a bull in a china shop, wills his way. He wills his way to that first down, Tommy. And he keeps the clock running. And Jonesy, what did I tell you? I told you, second half Josh Allen, keep the faith.
Right.
And
here's the deal.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
You shouldn't even be in that situation for him to have to will his way to those types of victories. That in that game, with the Miami Dolphins not having all of the pieces that they didn't have in that game yesterday, it should not have been the way it was.
Okay.
That's still a good team, but when you turn the ball over that many times, you put yourself in a position to now have to make some miraculous plays. And at this point in his career, he shouldn't be doing that.
All right. Now, Jonesy, listen, I got a lot of respect for you. I loved watching you play when you were with the Bills. I mean, you accomplished amazing things playing in the league. And, you have perspectives that none of us in this room or folks listening have. But it is good to know that I am such a genius that I got to tell you last night how it was going to play out. You just got to live the Josh Allen experience, baby. Live the experience, baby. Let it flow through your veins, Josh.
Bills fans woke up this morning. The blood pressure is high. Everybody had to go to the pharmacy and get blood pressure medicine because you stressed us out last night, and it shouldn't have been like that.
All right, so look, man, you are the perfect guy to talk to this morning after the way that game went down. Because, Donald, and I mean this with all due respect, I love you. You were a guy that you were a special teamer and you lived on the fringe of those offenses. Am I out of hat saying that?
I began as a special teamer, and then I started every year of my career.
Because you busted your hump to get there, Jonesy.
So do you think yoga helped you a lot in your career?
He's going backwards now.
Yeah, no, we'll get to yoga. Pause. What I'm saying is, look, the game last night is won by a guy in Deontay Hardy, who was a free agent signing, who runs that kickback or punt back and hasn't really done anything offensively for the Bills, and a guy in Trent Sherfield, who Bills fans had completely turned on because you never heard his name all season. Without those two guys waiting for their opportunity until the last game of the season to win it for them, they don't do it. Like, Donald, how hard is it to be that guy on the roster?
Sitting cold.
Yes, early on, wondering where my position is, what's going on. I'm going to need to make a play at some point. I mean, they waited months, and when their opportunities showed, they cashed in. That seems almost impossible.
I think the beauty of this team, to be honest with you, is when you think all the way back to when we started losing everybody to injuries, Matt Milano and Tre'Davious White and all of those guys, and Brandon Beane and Sean McDermott had to start bringing people in like Russell Douglas and different guys that they've brought in on this roster. Gabe Davis hasn't really done anything all year. You've had guys like Shakir and these guys who aren't the big name across the league. These are the guys that have been making plays all year. So I think that's really the beauty of the team, is that you have these guys that don't have the biggest names across the league, but they're the ones that are carrying this team into the playoffs into a 2 seed.
Save your ass.
Bro, I mean, is Khalil Shakir, Tommy, such a star in Western New York that you now know who he is? Are you familiar with Khalil Shakir now?
No.
That's a no. How are you not? He's been making massive catches for the last month.
Why do you ask me a question, I answer it, and then you yell at me?
Because you're dumb. Why are you being dumb?
You know the answer to these questions.
He saved him in Los Angeles against the Chargers.
Tommy was already drunk.
He saved him last
True
night.
that. I was doing whiskey yoga.
I think these night games are a little blurry for him.
I mean, Jonesy, like Khalil Shakir is a guy, in my opinion, that this season, you're right, you don't win without Khalil Shakir on your roster. He's just stepping up huge for him.
He really is. I mean, he's making plays week in, week out because, again, Gabe Davis hasn't really done anything, So, and for the last month, Stephon Diggs hadn't been doing anything, right? So you've had these other guys who've had to make plays. I mean, we were sitting in a situation where you had to literally win out to get into the playoffs, and we had not had a huge game from Stephon Diggs in how long? And that's all, or Gabe Davis. It's the rest of the guys that are making the plays. Even with James Cook, hadn't done anything since he got into the league, really, for him to have that huge breakout game that he did. Kincaid, who's a rookie. I mean, you have guys who are stepping up, making plays.
That's what it's all about.
Knox, who hadn't really done anything all year. Obviously, he got paid, but he's not a household tight end across the league. These are all guys that are stepping up to make plays for the team. And it's really a beautiful thing to see. Even on defense, guys are stepping up on defense, making plays that nobody's ever heard of.
Okay, like that. We talked about that this morning.
Or keeping it tight.
Matt Milano goes down. So then you got Tyrell Dodson in there playing linebacker, and he steps up and plays great all season. He goes down last night. I'm going to be honest with you, man. When I saw Tyrell Dodson walking up that tunnel, I was thinking there's no way they could stop him. And in comes everyone's favorite 7th-round pick last year from Clemson, Balin Spector. And Balin Spector, Donald balls his ass out after only playing 7 defensive snaps this year. What the hell is going on?
It really goes to show the job that Brandon Beane and the scouting department are really doing to be able to find a guy like that in the 7th round, even to be able to bring a Russell Douglas in the middle of the season. Once you lose Tre'Davious White, I mean, those guys are doing a really good job in that scouting department, and Brandon Beane, and really getting those guys signed and then, with Sean McDermott and the coaching staff, developing them and getting those guys ready to play, because they're stepping in situations where most guys would really fold in that situation. You're talking about going against Miami Dolphins offense, and you got to step in and be the guy who makes plays, and you're a 7th rounder, and you do it. It's crazy.
Tommy, you and I working in this radio business, Kimmy, all 3 of us.
Yeah.
There are folks where opportunities show up, and some folks that aren't used to being on air have to be put on air. Yeah. And we look at this and we go, "Ooh, this is not going to be good."
Right.
Now, Jonesy, you don't have to name any names. You're too good for that. I know you're a good dude. But playing in Buffalo, there had to be times where injury struck. You saw who put their helmet on to run out there, and you thought to yourself, "Oh, there's no way this works out. This is going to be really bad for the entire team."
Last night.
I meant guys you knew, guys you shared.
Back in the old days.
Yeah. I'm about to say,
like Sissy Legs Johnson.
Oh my God. No, I can't even think back to the times that I was there when guys would step in and you're like, oh man, here we go. Just because you see him in practice, you're going against him all week, and you're like, man, this dude really is stealing money here. And now he has to step in and make plays, and it's not going to be good. But last night, when Rasul Douglas went down last night, I thought it was over. And then what's the kid's name? Benson? What is his name?
Oh, you talking about the linebacker?
That came in.
Dane Jackson. Dane Jackson?
Dane Jackson, there's another one that had to come in for Rasul Douglas. I thought his name was Benson. I can't think of it right now.
Oh, you think
Christian
Travis?
Benford? No, Christian Benford.
Yeah,
He's been the starting corner all season.
Benford. All right, well, he's been a guy who teams would attack all year.
Yes.
I mean, yeah, they would attack him all year, and he had to really step up. And matter of fact, when Rasul Douglas went down, they went right at him, and he gave up a play.
Yeah.
And then he came back and made a play. I mean, those guys are really doing – let me tell you something. For Jordan Poyer and Micah Hyde to still be playing as old as they are, to still be playing at a high level is a beautiful thing to see as well. And
okay,
they
like that
are
started mean, and you made it beautiful at the end.
You see how that, man? That's perfect, man. You got to make it happen like that. You can't just be mean and just stay mean. You got to mix a little beautiful in there at the same time.
You old, and I like you a lot.
Oh, but you're aging like fine wine. You know?
There it is. There it is.
That was much more smooth.
Donald Jones, former Buffalo Bills wide receiver, recapping this AFC East championship win in Miami last night. What an effing game. All right, so Jonesy, for those who don't know, you are a well-accomplished flag football coach. So you and Sean McDermott about on the same level when it comes to coaching decisions and the pressure you guys face, right? I mean, that's right.
No, I don't coach flag football.
Wait, I thought you were coaching flag football.
I coach youth football.
Youth
but
football.
It's not flag.
Sorry. I thought you were doing 7-on-7s.
No, I mean I train receivers.
Okay.
But I don't coach 7-on-7. I don't coach flag. Now, don't get me wrong. It's fun to see what the flag football game is doing. Obviously, they made it an Olympic sport and all of that great stuff.
How sad is that, man?
I can't wait for that. I cannot wait to watch that.
Are they just added stuff for us to watch?
You're not going to watch it.
I'm not going to watch. I got regular football to watch, the most exciting football in the world, or I can watch these schlubs.
Not during the Olympics.
It's going to be NFL players and ex-NFL players. Jonesy, are you trying out for Team USA
not.
flag football?
No, man, I'm too old.
We ain't gonna do that.
See how great
crap,
I am these days, man.
I haven't seen you in a while.
I can't do it. Oh, well, I'm really great.
Yeah, but I'm sure it looks great on you. How'd I do?
Listen, it looks beautiful on me. I'm telling you. I'm aging like fine wine.
No, Jonesy, the reason I bring up the coaching stuff is let's talk about the giant size of Sean McDermott's balls. It's 4th and 1.
Okay, all right, we got to
proverbial
balls.
We
pivot this one like left?
Okay, yeah, hold on. Let me move there. 4th and 1. You're on your own 35. There's 7 minutes left. If you miss on this, you're handing a tie to Miami. Are you going there 4th and 1 on your own 35?
I'm going because in that moment, I didn't really have the confidence in Bass, and I didn't have the confidence in that defense in making a stop.
Okay, so the one you're discussing is that was the 4th and 1 they didn't end up picking up. I'm talking about the one before that, 7 plays earlier, in your own zone. You're on your own 35.
Oh, and they went for that one?
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm going for that one. That's tough to go for. Because if you don't get that one, you're giving them the ball. I mean, sheesh. I don't know if I can go for that one. I don't. I probably would have punted it and just said, look, we got to make a play and get the ball back.
So, what the hell happened? Like, the Bills, Kimmy, you can back me up on this. The criticism of McDermott, especially after that Philly game, was he's playing way too conservative.
And the way, just, the pattern of the way he's coached that situation before, I was like, oh, they're going to try to draw him off sides, and that's good. Then they're going to end up punting it. Like, we all know the drill here. Yep. And then when they snapped the ball, I was like, oh my God, they're gonna go for it.
Did what?
Did Josh Allen get that first down?
He got the first one. He
Not
didn't get the second one.
Because he looks like he's almost impossible to stop in that position.
Let's speak about the second one.
Shall we speak, Jonesy?
What was the second one? I forgot.
Second one was on
that one.
It was on Miami's 37. There was, I'm sorry, Jonesy, 2 minutes left. They needed a yard to go. They called the timeout. They went back, did it again, and they stopped him a half inch short. Go ahead, Jonesy. I'm sorry.
And they stopped him. You had already done a few pushes.
Yeah. Pat calls those Saturday night.
I would have gone. I think I would have gone in a different direction in that moment because now they know what it is. So I probably would have had like Leonard Fournette in the game or a speedy like Hardy or something like that. And, you fake the tush push and now pitch it because everybody is selling out to stop that. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I don't know if I would have went quarterback sneak on that one just because they know what's about to happen. And that's why they were able to stop it. I mean, the entire defense sold out to stop that one.
Right, but
so now you have speed. Listen, I know that you've been getting it. I do. I understand that you've been getting it. But I probably would have gone in a different direction just because if we get this, the game is over. We don't even have to go back on defense and stop them.
I know, but you got that ox of a quarterback. Like, look at it this way. Let's say they go with it for somebody else, right? You go with it with playoff Lenny. He's dressing his second game since being on this Bills roster, Leonard Fournette. Tommy, they call him playoff Lenny.
Yeah.
If he doesn't get it, the talk this morning, especially if you lose that game, is you have the best quarterback in the NFL, arguably. The guy is built like a skyscraper, and you don't put the ball in his hands to try and ice that game?
I mean, the talk is going to be the talk regardless.
Talk will be talk.
Right? Like
you can't stop the talk.
It's always Monday morning
Gonna
QBs.
stop that talk. Sorry.
Like you're always going to have people are going to say what they're going to say, right? That's why coaches get paid to make those decisions and be on the sideline. That's why sometimes they don't even listen to the analytics. Like you hear so many people in the mainstream media talk about, well, the analytics said this. Yeah, but the analytics doesn't explain the flow of the game, the feeling of the coach and saying, I don't know if my defense can get the stop here. I don't know if my kicker can pick this up, even though the analytics might say to kick it. Like there's always going to be talk and against what you actually did as the coach. That's just something that you have to wear as a head coach. You're either going to be the GOAT or you're going to not be because you didn't do it. So I can come in here and be like, yo, I think they should have went another direction. He felt like, well, we should just give it to our quarterback. But, that's always going to be something. We always going to come in here and talk.
You definitely need to oil that door.
I think that was us over here.
Was that us?
Yeah, you
I thought it was his
someone
door.
down the hallway screaming. All right, Donald Jones, former Bills wide receiver, hanging out with us, talking about this AFC East champion, clinching victory Monday here on CMF. All right, Jonesy, before I let you go, I just have one more question because, you were around these guys, these position coaches, these head coaches, these coordinators. Mike McDaniel, who, Tommy, you call him...
Coach Skateboard.
Coach Skateboard.
He's a punk.
The head coach of the Dolphins. He's got this genius offense. It looks unstoppable at times. There's movement, and everybody loves him, and they declared him as genius. What is it about Sean McDermott that he can't solve? Because not only does his offense not perform well, they rushed for 7 yards in the second half. They threw for 50 yards in the second half. Every time they cut to him last night, it looked like he had no idea what the hell was going on. Is Sean McDermott, could a coach just have another coach's number like that?
I mean, when you're playing divisional games, you always hear that. They are a lot tougher. The stakes are higher. The team, that team, all of that cliche type of stuff. I also think that last night, the Dolphins didn't make certain plays. Tyreek Hill dropped like 2 key passes.
Yeah, he did.
Which would have been first downs. You know what I mean? So it really comes down to, yes, sometimes the coaches will make great calls and stop you, and other times the players just don't make the plays. And I think last night the Dolphins just didn't make the plays that they needed to make to help them score and win the game. So, it can go really either way. But a lot of times when you're playing those teams, those divisional teams, yeah, it's like I know what you're going to do. I have all types of analytics and everything that says what you do on first down, second down and short, third and long, whatever it is that you do. I've seen it multiple times this year. As I played, we might have been watching the Jets game because we're playing the Jets, but I've seen you against the Dolphins. So I've watched you multiple times this year, and I know exactly what you're going to do.
All right, Jonesy, the Bills are 9.5-point favorites on Sunday in Orchard Park against the Steelers. Mason Rudolph started the season, their starting quarterback, Tommy, as a third-string quarterback, but they ripped off like 4 or 5 straight, 5 out of 6 to make the playoffs here. Jonesy, is 9.5 too much for a Bills home game? Last question before we let you go.
I don't think it's too much. I do want to know, and what you guys because I haven't had a chance to, listen to what they're saying about like Rasul Douglas. Those guys that got injured last night.
Sure, yeah. So Douglas last night Douglas says he feels fine, but then
But they all say that.
He qualified it with, we'll see what happens this week. I haven't heard about Dodson yet. That would be a big one because I love Balin Spector. I don't love 60 minutes of Balin Spector.
Okay.
And then, I don't know, man. I don't know what the deal is with that. But tell you what, as soon as I hear, I will text you, and then I'll text you several gifts of Josh Allen doing Josh Allen stuff. And just, bro, sit back and enjoy the Josh Allen experience, man. Just let it wash over.
Man, it's tough to enjoy like the entire game. The end of the game, if we end up on the winning side of things. But are you going to the game?
Bro, you kidding me, right?
No, I'm not.
No, I got my season tickets. What? Sorry, go ahead.
Sometimes you might just want to stay at home and watch the game with the family. There's something to be said about that.
Bro, my wife made it to 5 minutes into the third quarter last night before she passed out. My older daughter had 2 hockey games last night. She was washing her hair before she went to bed. And then my youngest one was playing Roblox. So that's what I had going on last night.
Oh, I forgot you were a girl dad.
Yeah, big time girl dad. So,
girl dad. I have 2 boys that they get mad when I go watch the game somewhere else. They're like, I want to watch the game with you, Dad.
Oh, that's nice. That's so nice.
I would think it would suck watching a game with you because you'd be constantly correcting everything.
You know what? There are times I'm like, what are we doing here? I do analyze the game a little bit different. My son is, he's 13 and he kind of can analyze the game as well. So he loves to watch the games with me. But sometimes I just want to go somewhere else, go out and watch the game. I don't want to be at home. No, I just don't really have an interest in going to the games these days.
Okay, now you're officially old. You have officially hit old man
too
status.
Loud.
Oh, too loud. It's too cold out. That's
How about the
cold.
beer prices and they throw it at you?
They throw it at you, Tommy. I got to.
Yo,
enough.
You know what I mean? It's like, I'd rather listen to the commentators and watch it on TV than to be out there with the crowd and all of that stuff.
I got my own urine to smell.
Well, guess who's not getting invited to the game with me on Sunday?
Hey, but listen, it's all good because I'm still going to be sending you text messages. And if he turns the ball over, guess who you're going to hear from first?
Bro, here's the thing, though. You already jinxed it. If he turns it over, he's going to come back and win it in the fourth, and I'll be even more of an obnoxious dick than I was today. Genius! Donald Jones.
All right.
Former
psychology.
Donald Jones, former Bills wide receiver. Thanks for the time, man. It was great to talk to you today.
All right, guys. I'll talk soon.
All right. Bye, buddy. I was right. You were wrong. Bye, Donald.
Whatever.
See you, but because Donald Jones, former Bills wide receiver. All right, let's take a break.
Yeah.
We've been talking a lot of Bills this morning,
yeah,
and rightfully so. But there are other playoff games coming up this weekend. In fact, there's one playoff game that will be seen in a way no other playoff game had been seen before.
Yeah.
And the NFL picked this specific game that you will have to pay for
Cough
a reason.
it up.
Well, bro, do you know who's in that game?
No.
We'll tell you who is playing in the first ever streamed NFL playoff game. And why Roger Goodell is an evil genius.
Wow.
Next to the break room on CMF. coming into the season, we thought the NFL owned America.
It does.
It does. But we forgot there was a segment of people that the NFL did not have in America.
Who's that?
They managed to get them.
Oh.
Totally by accident. Totally by accident. But they are fully leveraging these people's money in the most evil, genius way possible.
What happened?
You hanging out in the break room, Monsters Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. So the Bills are playing the Steelers at 1 o'clock on Sunday, a game you can listen to live right here on 96.5 WCMF. And there will be games starting at 4:30 on Saturday that go all the way to the primetime Monday night matchup between the Eagles and Buccaneers.
So they have really spread this out now.
Well, look, man, they just want your money, and they want as much of it as possible. But the most interesting game on Saturday...
Yeah, Saturday night.
Yep, not just for the matchup, but for how it's being presented, is the Dolphins having to go to Kansas City now that they're the 6th seed. That game will be 8 o'clock on Saturday, and it will be the first ever NFL playoff game streamed exclusively.
Pay up or shut up.
You got it. The game will be available on Peacock, which we Bills fans are familiar with because we had that exclusive game against Los Angeles a couple weeks ago. You will not be able to watch this game unless A, you subscribe to Peacock, or B, you go to a bar that has Peacock. And having been at... the Bill Gray's Tap Room in Chi-Li for that Chargers game. Not a lot of people have Peacock because that place was shoulder to shoulder jammed up. Tommy, why do you think Roger Goodell, the commissioner of the NFL, and the rest of the league decided the Chiefs-Dolphins game would be the primetime streamed matchup?
I don't know. What's Peacock got going on?
You got no guess? Kimmy, would you like to take a swing?
Oh, I would have to imagine that they're hoping to gain the eyes of all the Swifties out there.
I think she nailed it.
Oh, okay. I forgot about that.
Taylor Swift is going to be at this game in Arrowhead.
Yeah.
And for those of you who have lived under a rock for the last 6 months, she's dating Travis Kelce, tight end for the Chiefs. And every time she is in a game, the camera pans to her 1,000 times.
At least a handful of times.
All of these Taylor Swift fans now have started pulling for the Chiefs. When I was at Arrowhead for that Bills game, I saw a bunch of T-shirts, and they were pretty damn funny. It said, "Go Taylor's boyfriend's team."
Yeah, they've been selling tickets to Taylor Swift fans.
So you think it's for women,
fans.
to get women to watch?
Yes, I believe
and to buy.
That they chose this game for streaming solely because they believe that Swifties, Taylor Swift fans, will buy Peacock and watch this game.
Well, the chick's gold. I mean, she just prints money, right?
Yes, she does. But if the NFL chose that game for that reason,
I didn't think of that.
It's the most evil, genius thing
Sucks
I've
to
ever
be
heard.
you, Chief fans.
It's going to work.
Oh, sure it's going to work.
By the way, I have no sympathy for Chiefs fans. Shut up. 2 Super Bowls in 3 years. You got to pay to watch a playoff game. Shut up. And they get it in Missouri for free anyway.
Oh, yeah, right.
Right? Like, we're just outside.
Well, because it's home.
Here's what sucks. I really want to watch this game.
Yeah.
Right? So I got to go back and redo my Peacock subscription.
So I only got Peacock because we were on vacation and couldn't get to figure out the TV in our room. So we just fired it up on my wife's laptop. So I had to get Peacock to watch it. My wife loves it. She watches almost all of her stuff on Peacock.
Oh, so you kept it?
Oh, yeah, because she watches all her Bravo shows on Peacock.
Oh, I forgot that was Bravo also.
Yep.
Yeah, so you get all that stuff on there.
Kimmy, do you have Peacock?
We do not, but we may have to get it.
So you're going to get it just for this game?
But they do programming, too.
Well, I don't know
doing
if
a commercial
they...
for Peacock.
Yeah.
Not only do you get great live sports, you also get programming.
No, but they do their own stuff. I watched 2 things on there that I really liked.
So I don't think we've ever signed up. I don't know if they have like a free trial for it.
Oh,
just spend $5.
Yeah, but neither of us have ever signed up for it. So I'm wondering if like we signed up right now, if we could just cancel it once the game's over.
Why would you spend the $5 if you can get it for free for one night?
Right.
Why would you just set money on fire for no reason?
It's $5. She's got
It's more than $5 a month.
I think it's really cheap.
There's no, Kimmy, will you Google it? Because there's no way.
Well, it always starts at 5, right?
No, but no, he doesn't handle the bills in his house. So everything to him is $5. Let's go out for dinner. Let's get some steak. $5. We're going to spend $5.
It's $5.99 a month.
Thank you.
See, told you.
Or $60 per year.
Wrong. $5.99. That $5 I can handle. It's the $99 that bothers me.
But you're going to buy it. You're going to want to see this game now, especially what happened to the Dolphins.
Well, not only that, I mean, this is the game that could send the next team to Orchard Park if the Bills win against the Steelers on Sunday, right? Like, I mean, we talked about it this morning. I want Mahomes, and I want Mahomes bad in Orchard Park. I want him to have to come.
Flip the script.
He's only played in Buffalo once, and it was during COVID, so there was no one in the stands. He's never had to play in front of that open-throated Bills playoff crowd.
Yeah, they could be brutal.
Come on.
The weather,
the weather, all that stuff. So I mean, again, it's too early to speculate. One, the Bills have to take care of business on Sunday
Yeah.
against a scrappy Steelers team. And two,
I wouldn't look past them.
Yeah, and you could also see Cleveland or the Houston Texans in Orchard Park, depending on how it all plays out. But
Okay.
I don't know. For some reason, I get the feeling we're getting the winner of that game.
I get a feeling in a few years we're going to pay to watch the Super Bowl.
You think so?
Why not?
Is it too big for that? I
Yeah,
don't know.
I mean, you already make so much money on the advertising. Do you want to risk cutting a third of those eyes off?
Yeah, but think what you would get in revenue.
Yeah, I mean, it's
Listen, man, we're not far. I mean, they're doing it now. Why not?
It's an interesting argument to be had. I mean, I would think that there's going to be another league that makes you pay for its championship.
That's what I'm thinking. They're going to test market it on baseball or the NBA or something first to see how it goes.
But here's the thing. I mean, look, NFL post-game shows beat ratings for NBA games, right? And even the NBA finals get beat by regular season NFL games. So if the NBA does this, it's going to cost them a fortune.
Right.
Look, I know I sound like an old man, and I could be wrong. Look, I could sit here 10 years from now.
Not for my generation.
What are you willing to pay?
Too rich for my blood.
What are you willing to pay to watch the Super Bowl? One price. $25.
Yeah, probably.
You'd pay that?
Yeah. Or if I already had the service, I don't even need it, right? If they move it to one of the things I have. Let's say Amazon Prime decides that they're going to grab the Super Bowl.
Okay.
You know people are going to step up.
Yeah. You know what's
I would think
weird?
so.
You know what's strange, though? As we talk about this Chiefs-Dolphins game Saturday night, it'll be the first playoff game ever exclusively streamed. It'll be on Peacock. Kimmy and I's theory is they did this because the Chiefs and the Taylor Swift fans are in bed together, and they know the NFL knows they'll pay for this service.
Yeah.
If you use history as a guide for sports and success, boxing at one point not too long ago was the most popular sport in America.
Yeah.
60s, 70s, right?
Yeah.
When they switched to that pay-per-view model, amongst other things, it destroyed them.
Yeah. But this is different. This is the old pay-per-views I had to go someplace and watch it. Now it's just in my house.
You're right.
Half of these things I already have in my house.
You're right, but I mean, I do wonder too, and I know it's hard to believe just based on how dominant football is, but baseball was that sport at one time, horse racing was that sport at one time, boxing was that sport at one time. 10 years from now, we could be sitting here having a conversation about paying for the Super Bowl and the $40 we're going to have to spend. We could also be having a conversation about how the NFL had it all in their hands. And
they could blow it, but it doesn't seem like right now they seem pretty bulletproof.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
And I figure eventually I'm going to have to buy every one of these services if I want to continue to watch football. Because, I mean, something's going to show up on Paramount, something's going to show up on Disney Plus. So I'm going to get suckered into all these.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then they're going to jack their prices up.
Well,
Then I'm going to be retired. I'm going to be on food stamps. I'll be eating dog food.
Yeah, you had a really rough run so far. That would be sad for everybody to see you do that. Kimmy, bad news.
What's that?
No free trial on Peacock because they had to sign up for the Bills game.
Now I know.
However, Andrew writes us on Twitter and says the first year of Peacock is included if you have Spectrum.
I don't have Spectrum, so I will be paying for Peacock.
Okay, sucks for you, Kimmy. Enjoy losing your $6.
Oh, well. What are you going to do?
By the way,
worth it.
Daniel writes us on Instagram, says, I don't know if this is a good take. Swifties and the Office fans go hand in hand, so they already subscribe to Peacock. Is that true?
Oh.
I
A lot of
I
Swifties.
guess I didn't see the Swifty Office crossover, but maybe.
No, my daughters love The Office. They
all
love Taylor Swift.
I would think like the Swifty Bravo crossover, maybe.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh, okay. Now we're on to something.
Yeah.
Now we're on to something. We come back, we wrap it up, we tell you what we're doing tomorrow next in the break room on CMF. Yeah, it's going to be a rapperoo.
Radio post-game Monday rapperoo.
For Monday Break Room CMF, you got to stop because we're already running through Super Bowl scenarios in our head here.
Yes.
In the play in the commercial break, and can't get ahead of ourselves.
That's right. Pump the brakes.
Just so excited. I'm so excited. Down Chiefs team that would have to come to Orchard Park. The only team you would have to travel for is Baltimore in the AFC Championship. And like we said, they're 0-2 in home playoff games their last 2 tries. Lamar Jackson, their quarterback, has only won a single playoff game in his career.
Okay. Everything's looking good. Come on.
Okay. Deep breaths, everybody. We got a whole week before this game. So that leads us to Tuesday, tomorrow.
Yeah.
You know what that means.
Tuesday. Oh, we're going to do that new hot segment.
What's that called?
Where is Kimmy whining today in the hood?
We got Where They Whining. Kimmy's going to read a post from the neighborhood apps. You, me, everyone that can hear us. We're going to listen.
You have to listen.
And because we know every nuance of every town, village, neighborhood in the city of Rochester, surrounding areas, we're going to figure out where they whining, and we're going to do it just after 9 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. We got to get out of the way because all 3 of us have to go home and sleep. Even tough guy Tommy made it to 11:30 last night.
Yeah, well, I had the booze train to help me out.
People all over the world. Joy. How do you not know the song?
You guys are not on the same page today.
Dear
it's okay.
God.
It's one went to bed earlier than the other.
I didn't go to bed at all. I'm ready to go to sleep right now. I still got to go get my salad. Okay, get out of the way. For Kimmy, who had a grand old time at the Bill Gray's Tap Room at Brockport last night.
Good night.
Yes. For Tommy Muley, who despite getting no sleep, still looks very dapper in his shacket and turtleneck sweater.
Well, the shacket hides a lot.
Shacket covers all sins.
Oh, yeah, do.
My name's Pat Duffy. We'll see you in about more to the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.